Vigyan Bhairav Tantra Chapter 1 The World of Tantra Sutra. Devi asks, O Shiva, what is your reality? What is this wonder-filled universe? What constitutes seed? Who centers the universal will? What is this life beyond form pervading forms? How may we enter it fully, above space and time, names and descriptions? Let my doubts be cleared. Some introductory points. First, the world of Vigyan Bhairav Tantra is not intellectual, it is not philosophical. Doctrine is meaningless to it. It is concerned with method, with technique, not with principles at all. The word Tantra means technique, the method, the path. So it is not philosophical, note this. It is not concerned with intellectual problems and inquiries. It is not concerned with the why of things, it is concerned with how, not with what is truth, but how the truth can be attained. Tantra means technique. So this treatise is a scientific one. Science is not concerned with why, science is concerned with how. That is the basic difference between philosophy and science. Philosophy asks, why this existence? Science asks, how this existence? The moment you ask the question, how, method, technique, become important. Theories become meaningless, experience becomes the center. Tantra is science, Tantra is not philosophy. To understand philosophy is easy because only your intellect is required. If you can understand language, if you can understand concept, you can understand philosophy. You need not change, you require no transformation. As you are, you can understand philosophy, but not Tantra. You will need a change, rather, a mutation. Unless you are different, Tantra cannot be understood, because Tantra is not an intellectual proposition, it is an experience. Unless you are receptive, ready, vulnerable to the experience, it is not going to come to you. Philosophy is concerned with the mind. Your head is enough, your totality is not required. Tantra needs you in your totality. It is a deeper challenge. You will have to be in it wholly. It is not fragmentary. A different approach, a different attitude, a different mind to receive it is required. Because of this, Devi is asking apparently philosophical questions. Tantra starts with Devi's questions. All the questions can be tackled philosophically. Really, any question can be tackled in two ways, philosophically or totally, intellectually or existentially. For example, if someone asks, what is love, you can tackle it intellectually, you can discuss, you can propose theories, you can argue for a particular hypothesis. You can create a system, a doctrine, and you may not have known love at all. To create a doctrine, experience is not needed. Really, on the contrary, the less you know the better, because then you can propose a system unhesitatingly. Only a blind man can easily define what light is. When you do not know, you are bold. Ignorance is always bold, knowledge hesitates. And the more you know, the more you feel that the ground underneath is dissolving. The more you know, the more you feel how ignorant you are. And those who are really wise, they become ignorant. They become as simple as children, or as simple as idiots. The less you know, the better. To be philosophical, to be dogmatic, to be doctrinaire, this is easy. To tackle a problem intellectually is very easy. But to tackle a problem existentially, not just to think about it, but to live it through, to go through it, to allow yourself to be transformed through it, is difficult. That is, to know love, one will have to be in love. That is dangerous because you will not remain the same. The experience is going to change you. The moment you enter love, you enter a different person. And when you come out, you will not be able to recognize your old face, it will not belong to you. A discontinuity will have happened. Now there is a gap, the old man is dead and the new man has come. That is what is known as rebirth, being twice born. Tantra is non-philosophical and existential. So of course Devi asks questions which appear to be philosophical, but Shiva is not going to answer them that way. So it is better to understand it in the beginning, otherwise you will be puzzled, because Shiva is not going to answer a single question. All the questions that Devi is asking, Shiva is not going to answer at all. And still he answers. And really, only he has answered them and no one else, but on a different plane. Devi asks, "What is your reality, my lord?" He is not going to answer it. On the contrary, he will give a technique. And if Devi goes through this technique, she will know. So the answer is roundabout, it is not direct. He is not going to answer who am I. He will give a technique, do it and you will know. For Tantra, doing is knowing, and there is no other knowing. Unless you do something, unless you change, unless you have a different perspective to look at, to look with, unless you move in an altogether different dimension than the intellect, there is no answer. Answers can be given, they are all lies. All philosophies are lies. You ask a question and the philosophy gives you an answer. It satisfies you or doesn't satisfy you. If it satisfies you, you become a convert to the philosophy, but you remain the same. If it doesn't satisfy you, you go on searching for some other philosophy to be converted to. But you remain the same, you are not touched at all, you are not changed. So whether you are a Hindu or a Mohammedan or a Christian or a Jain, it makes no difference. The real person behind the facade of a Hindu or a Mohammedan or a Christian is the same. Only words differ, or clothes. The man who is going to the church or to the temple or to the mosque is the same man. Only faces differ, and they are faces which are false, they are masks. Behind the masks you will find the same man, the same anger, the same aggression, the same violence, the same greed, the same lust, everything the same. Is Mohammedan sexuality different from Hindu sexuality? Is Christian violence different from Hindu violence? It is the same. The reality remains the same, only clothes differ. Tantra is not concerned with your clothes, Tantra is concerned with you. If you ask a question it shows where you are. It shows also that wherever you are you cannot see, that is why there is the question. A blind man asks, "What is light?" and philosophy will start answering what is light. Tantra will know only this, if a man is asking what is light, it shows only that he is blind. Tantra will start operating on the man, changing the man, so that he can see. Tantra will not say what is light. Tantra will tell how to attain insight, how to attain seeing, how to attain vision. When the vision is there, the answer will be there. Tantra will not give you the answer, Tantra will give you the technique to attain the answer. Now, this answer is not going to be intellectual. If you say something about light to a blind man, this is intellectual. If the blind man himself becomes capable of seeing, this is existential. This is what I mean when I say that Tantra is existential. So Shiva is not going to answer Devi's questions, still, he will answer, the first thing. The second thing, this is a different type of language. You must know something about it before we enter into it. All the Tantra treatises are dialogues between Shiva and Devi. Devi questions and Shiva answers. All the Tantra treatises start that way. Why? Why this method? It is very significant. It is not a dialogue between a teacher and a disciple, it is a dialogue between two lovers. And Tantra signifies through it a very meaningful thing, that the deeper teachings cannot be given unless there is love between the two, the disciple and the master. The disciple and master must become deep lovers. Only then can the higher, the beyond, be expressed. So it is a language of love, the disciple must be in an attitude of love. But not only this, because friends can be lovers. Tantra says a disciple moves as receptivity, so the disciple must be in a feminine receptivity, only then is something possible. You need not be a woman to be a disciple, but you need to be in a feminine attitude of receptivity. When Devi asks, it means the feminine attitude asks. Why this emphasis on the feminine attitude? Man and woman are not only physically different, they are psychologically different. Sex is not only a difference in the body, it is a difference in psychologies also. A feminine mind means receptivity, total receptivity, surrender, love. A disciple needs a feminine psychology, otherwise he will not be able to learn. You can ask, but if you are not open then you cannot be answered. You can ask a question and still remain closed. Then the answer cannot penetrate you. Your doors are closed, you are dead. You are not open. A feminine receptivity means a womb-like receptivity in the inner depth, so that you can receive. And not only that, much more is implied. A woman is not only receiving something, the moment she receives it, it becomes a part of her body. A child is received. A woman conceives, the moment there is conception, the child has become part of the feminine body. It is not alien, it is not foreign. It has been absorbed. Now the child will live not as something added to the mother, but just as a part, just as the mother. And the child is not only received, the feminine body becomes creative, the child begins to grow. A disciple needs a womb-like receptivity. Whatsoever is received is not to be gathered as dead knowledge. It must grow in you, it must become blood and bones in you. It must become a part, now. It must grow. This growth will change you, will transform you, the receiver. That is why Tantra uses this device. Every treatise starts with Devi asking a question and Shiva replying to it. Devi is Shiva's consort, his feminine part. One thing more. Now modern psychology, depth psychology particularly, says that man is both man and woman. No one is just male and no one is just female, everyone is bisexual. Both sexes are there. This is a very recent research in the West, but for Tantra this has been one of the most basic concepts for thousands of years. You must have seen some pictures of Shiva as Ardhanarishwar, half man, half woman. There is no other concept like it in the whole history of man. Shiva is depicted as half man, half woman. So Devi is not just a consort, she is Shiva's other half. And unless a disciple becomes the other half of the master it is impossible to convey the higher teachings, the esoteric methods. When you become one then there is no doubt. When you are one with the master, so totally one, so deeply one, there is no argument, no logic, no reason. One simply absorbs, one becomes a womb. And then the teaching begins to grow in you and change you. That is why Tantra is written in love language. Something must also be understood about love language. There are two types of language, logical language and love language. There are basic differences between the two. Logical language is aggressive, argumentative, violent. If I use logical language I become aggressive upon your mind. I try to convince you, to convert you, to make a puppet of you. My argument is right and you are wrong. Logical language is egocentric, I am right and you are wrong, so I must prove that I am right and you are wrong. I am not concerned with you, I am concerned with my ego. My ego is always right. Love language is totally different. I am not concerned with my ego, I am concerned with you. I am not concerned to prove something, to strengthen my ego. I am concerned to help you. It is a compassion to help you to grow, to help you to transform, to help you to be reborn. Secondly, logic will always be intellectual. Concepts and principles will be significant, arguments will be significant. With love language what is said is not so significant, rather, it is the way it is said. The container, the word is not important, the content, the message is more important. It is a heart-to-heart talk, not a mind-to-mind discussion. It is not a debate, it is a communion. So this is rare, Devi is sitting in the lap of Shiva and asking, and Shiva answers. It is a love dialogue, no conflict, as if Shiva is speaking to himself. Why this emphasis on love, love language? Because if you are in love with your master, then the whole gestalt changes, it becomes different. Then you are not hearing his words. Then you are drinking him. Then words are irrelevant. Really, the silence between the words becomes more significant. What he is saying may be meaningful or it may not be meaningful, but it is his eyes, his gestures, his compassion, his love. That is why Tantra has a fixed device, a structure. Every treatise starts with Devi asking and Shiva answering. No argument is going to be there, no wastage of words. There are very simple statements of fact, telegraphic messages with no view to convince, but just to relate. If you encounter Shiva with a question with a closed mind, he will not answer you in this way. First your closedness has to be broken. Then he will have to be aggressive. Then your prejudices, then your preconceptions have to be destroyed. Unless you are cleared completely of your past, nothing can be given to you. But this is not so with his consort Devi. With Devi there is no past. Remember, when you are deeply in love your mind ceases to be. There is no past, only the present moment becomes everything. When you are in love the present is the only time, the now is all, no past, no future. So Devi is just open. There is no defense, nothing to be cleared, nothing to be destroyed. The ground is ready, only a seed has to be dropped. The ground is not only ready, but welcoming, receptive, asking to be impregnated. So all these sayings that we are going to discuss will be telegraphic. They are just sutras, but each sutra, each telegraphic message given by Shiva is worth a Veda, worth a Bible, worth a Quran. Each single sentence can become the base of a great scripture. Scriptures are logical, you have to propose, defend, argue. Here there is no argument, just simple statements of love. Thirdly, the very words Vigyan Bhairav Tantra mean the technique of going beyond consciousness. Vigyana means consciousness, Bhairava means the state which is beyond consciousness, and Tantra means the method of going beyond consciousness. This is the supreme doctrine, without any doctrine. We are unconscious, so all the religious teachings are concerned with how to go beyond unconsciousness, how to be conscious. For example, Krishnamurti, Zen, they are all concerned with how to create more consciousness, because we are unconscious. So how to be more aware, alert. From unconsciousness, how to move toward consciousness. But Tantra says that this is a duality, unconscious and conscious. If you move from unconsciousness to consciousness, you are moving from one duality to another. Move beyond both. Unless you move beyond both you can never reach the ultimate, so be neither the unconscious nor the conscious, just go beyond, just be. Be neither the conscious nor the unconscious, just be. This is going beyond yoga, going beyond Zen, going beyond all teachings. Vijnana means consciousness, and Bhairava is a specific term, a Tantra term for one who has gone beyond. That is why Shiva is known as Bhairava and Devi is known as Bhairavi, those who have gone beyond the dualities. In our experience only love can give a glimpse. That is why love becomes the very basic device to impart tantric wisdom. In our experience we can say that only love is something which goes beyond duality. When two persons are in love, the deeper they move into it, the less and less they are two, the more and more they become one. And a point comes and a peak is reached when only apparently they are two. Inwardly they are one, the duality is transcended. Only in this sense does Jesus saying that God is love become meaningful, otherwise not. In our experience love is nearest to God. It is not that God is loving, as Christians go on interpreting, that God has a fatherly love for you. Nonsense. God is love is a tantric statement. It means love is the only reality in our experience which reaches nearest to God, to the divine. Why? Because in love oneness is felt. Bodies remain two, but something beyond the bodies merges and becomes one. That is why there is so much hankering after sex. The real hankering is after oneness, but that oneness is not sexual. In sex, two bodies have only a deceptive feeling of becoming one, but they are not one, they are only joined together. But for a single moment two bodies forget themselves in each other, and a certain physical oneness is felt. This hankering is not bad, but to stop at it is dangerous. This hankering shows a deeper urge to feel oneness. In love, on a higher plane, the inner one moves, merges into the other, and there is a feeling of oneness. Duality dissolves. Only in this non-dual love can we have a glimpse of what is the state of a Bhairava. We may say that the state of a Bhairava is absolute love with no coming back. From the peak of love there is no falling back. It is remaining on the peak. We have made Shiva's abode on Kailash. That is simply symbolic, it is the highest peak, the holiest peak. We have made it Shiva's abode. We can go there, but we will have to come down, it cannot be our abode. We can go on a pilgrimage. It is a tirthyatra, a pilgrimage, a journey. We can touch for a single moment the highest peak, then we will have to come back. In love this holy pilgrimage happens, but not for all, because almost no one moves beyond sex. So we go on living in the valley, the dark valley. Sometimes someone moves to the peak of love, but then he falls back because it is so dizzying. It is so high and you are so low. And it is so difficult to live there. Those who have loved, they know how difficult it is to be constantly in love. One has to come back again and again. It is Shiva's abode. He lives there, it is his home. A Bhairava lives in love, that is his abode. When I say that is his abode, I mean now he is not even aware of love, because if you live on Kailash you will not be aware that this is Kailash, this is a peak. The peak becomes a plane. Shiva is not aware of love. We are aware of love because we live in non-love. And because of the contrast we feel love. Shiva is love. The state of Bhairava means that one has become love, not loving, one has become love, one lives on the peak. The peak has become his abode. How to make this highest peak possible, beyond duality, beyond unconsciousness, beyond consciousness, beyond the body and beyond the soul, beyond the world and beyond the so-called moksha, liberation. How to reach this peak? The technique is Tantra. But Tantra is pure technique, so it is going to be difficult to understand. First let us understand the questions, what Devi is asking. O Shiva, what is your reality? Why this question? You can also ask this question, but it will not carry the same meaning. So try to understand why Devi asks, what is your reality? Devi is in deep love. When you are in deep love, for the first time you encounter the inner reality. Then Shiva is not the form, then Shiva is not the body. When you are in love, the body of the beloved falls away, disappears. The form is no more and the formless is revealed. You are facing an abyss. That is why we are so afraid of love. We can face a body, we can face a face, we can face a form, but we are afraid of facing an abyss. If you love someone, if you really love, his body is bound to disappear. In some moments of climax, a peak, the form will dissolve, and through the beloved you will enter the formless. That is why we are afraid, it is falling into a bottomless abyss. So this question is not just a simple curiosity, O Shiva, what is your reality? Devi must have fallen in love with the form. Things start that way. She must have loved this man as a man, and now when the love has come of age, when the love has flowered, this man has disappeared. He has become formless. Now he is to be found nowhere. O Shiva, what is your reality? It is a question asked in a very intense love moment. And when questions are raised, they become different according to the mind in which they are asked. So create the situation, the milieu of the question in your mind. Devi must be at a loss, Shiva has disappeared. When love reaches its peak the lover disappears. Why does this happen? This happens because really, everyone is formless. You are not a body. You move as a body, you live as a body, but you are not a body. When we see someone from the outside, he is a body. Love penetrates within. Then we are not seeing the person from the outside. Love can see a person as the person can see himself from within. Then the form disappears. A Zen monk, Rinzai, attained his enlightenment, and the first thing he asked was, "Where is my body? Where has my body gone?" And he began to search. He called his disciples and said, "Go and find out where my body is. I have lost my body." He had entered the formless. You are also a formless existence, but you know yourself not directly, but from others' eyes. You know through the mirror. Sometime, while looking in the mirror, close your eyes and then think, meditate, if there was no mirror, how could you have known your face? If there was no mirror, there would have been no face. You do not have a face, mirrors give you faces. Think of a world where there are no mirrors. You are alone, no mirror at all, not even others' eyes working as mirrors. You are alone on a lonely island, nothing can mirror you. Then will you have any face? Or will you have any body? You cannot have one. You do not have one at all. We know ourselves only through others, and the others can only know the outer form. That is why we become identified with it. Another Zen mystic, Huai used to say to his disciples, "When you have lost your head meditating, come immediately to me. When you lose your head, come immediately to me. When you begin to feel there is no head, do not be afraid, come immediately to me. This is the right moment. Now something can be taught to you. With the head, no teaching is possible. The head always comes in between." Devi asks Shiva, "O Shiva, what is your reality? Who are you?" The form has disappeared, hence the question. In love you enter the other as himself. It is not you answering. You become one, and for the first time you know an abyss, a formless presence. That is why for centuries together, centuries and centuries, we were not making any sculptures, any pictures of Shiva. We were only making Shivalinga, the symbol. The Shivalinga is just a formless form. When you love someone, when you enter someone, he becomes just a luminous presence. The Shivalinga is just a luminous presence, just an aura of light. That is why Devi asks, "What is your reality? What is this wonder-filled universe?" We know the universe, but we never know it as wonder-filled. Children know, lovers know. Sometimes poets and madmen know. We do not know that the world is wonder-filled. Everything is just repetitive, no wonder, no poetry, just flat prose. It doesn't create a song in you, it doesn't create a dance in you, it doesn't give birth to the poetry inside. The whole universe looks mechanical. Children look at it with wonder-filled eyes. When the eyes are wonder-filled, the universe is wonder-filled. When you are in love, you again become like children. Jesus says, "Only those who are like children will enter my kingdom of God." Why? Because if the universe is not a wonder, you cannot be religious. The universe can be explained, then your approach is scientific. The universe is either known or unknown, but that which is unknown can be known any day, it is not unknowable. The universe becomes unknowable, a mystery, only when your eyes are wonder-filled. Devi says, "What is this wonder-filled universe?" Suddenly there is the jump from a personal question to a very impersonal one. She was asking, "What is your reality?" And then suddenly, "What is this wonder-filled universe?" When form disappears, your beloved becomes the universe, the formless, the infinite. Suddenly Devi becomes aware that she is not asking a question about Shiva, she is asking a question about the whole universe. Now Shiva has become the whole universe. Now all the stars are moving in him, and the whole firmament and the whole space is surrounded by him. Now he is the great engulfing factor, the great encompassing. Karl Jaspers has defined God as the great encompassing. When you enter into love, into a deep, intimate world of love, the person disappears, the form disappears, and the lover becomes just a door to the universe. Your curiosity can be a scientific one, then you have to approach through logic. Then you must not think of the formless. Then beware of the formless, then remain content with the form. Science is always concerned with the form. If anything formless is proposed to a scientific mind, he will cut it into form. Unless it takes a form, it is meaningless. First give it a form, a definite form, only then does the inquiry start. In love, if there is form, then there is no end to it. Dissolve the form. When things become formless, dizzy, without boundaries, everything entering another, the whole universe becoming a oneness, then only is it a wonder-filled universe. What constitutes seed? Then Devi goes on. From the universe she goes on to ask, what constitutes seed? This formless, wonder-filled universe, from where does it come? From where does it originate? Or does it not originate? What is the seed? Who centers the universal wheel? Asks Devi. This wheel goes on moving and moving, this great change, this constant flux. But who centers this wheel? Where is the axis, the center, the unmoving center? She doesn't stop for any answer. She goes on asking as if she is not asking anyone, as if talking to herself. What is this life beyond form pervading forms? How may we enter it fully, above space and time, names and description? Let my doubts be cleared. The emphasis is not on questions but on doubts. Let my doubts be cleared. This is very significant. If you are asking an intellectual question, you are asking for a definite answer so that your problem is solved. But Devi says, let my doubts be cleared. She is not really asking about answers. She is asking for a transformation of her mind, because a doubting mind will remain a doubting mind whatsoever answers are given. Note it, a doubting mind will remain a doubting mind. Answers are irrelevant. If I give you one answer and you have a doubting mind, you will doubt it. If I give you another answer, you will doubt that also. You have a doubting mind. A doubting mind means you will put a question mark to anything. So answers are useless. You ask me, who created the world, and I tell you A created the world. Then you are bound to ask, who created A? So the real problem is not how to answer questions. The real problem is how to change the doubting mind, how to create a mind which is not doubting, or, which is trustful. So Devi says, let my doubts be cleared. 2 or 3 things more. When you ask a question, you may be asking for many reasons. One may be just this, that you want a confirmation. You already know the answer, you have the answer, you just want it to be confirmed that your answer is right. Then your question is false, pseudo, it is not a question. You may be asking a question not because you are ready to change yourself, but just as a curiosity. The mind goes on questioning. In the mind questions come as leaves come on a tree. That is the very nature of the mind, to question. So it goes on questioning. It matters not what you are questioning, with anything given to the mind it will create a question. It is a machine to grind out, to create questions. So give it anything and it will cut it into pieces and create many questions. One question answered, and the mind will create many questions from the answer. This has been the whole history of philosophy. Bertrand Russell remembers that when he was a child he thought that one day, when he will be mature enough to understand all philosophy, all questions will be answered. Then later, when he was 80, he said, now I can say that my own questions are there standing, as they were standing when I was a child. No other questions have come up because of these theories of philosophy. So he said, when I was young I used to say, philosophy is an inquiry for ultimate answers. Now I cannot say it. It is an inquiry for endless questions. So one question creates one answer and many questions. The doubting mind is the problem. Devi says, do not be concerned with my questions. I have asked so many things, what is your reality? What is this wonder-filled universe? What constitutes seed? Who centers the universal wheel? What is life beyond form? How can we enter it fully above time and space? But do not be concerned with my questions. Let my doubts be cleared. I ask these questions because they are in my mind. I ask them just to show you my mind, but do not pay much attention to them. Really, answers will not fulfill my need. My need is, let my doubts be cleared. But how can the doubts be cleared? Will any answer do? Is there any answer which will clear your doubts? Mind is the doubt. It is not that the mind doubts, mind is the doubt. Unless the mind dissolves, doubts cannot be cleared. Shiva will answer. His answers are techniques, the oldest, most ancient techniques. But you can call them the latest also because nothing can be added to them. They are complete, 112 techniques. They have taken in all the possibilities, all the ways of cleaning the mind, transcending the mind. Not a single method could be added to Shiva's 112 methods. And this book, Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, is 5,000 years old. Nothing can be added, there is no possibility to add anything. It is exhaustive, complete. It is the most ancient and yet the latest, yet the newest. Old like old hills, the methods seem eternal, and they are new like a dewdrop before the sun, because they are so fresh. These 112 methods of meditation constitute the whole science of transforming mind. We will enter them one by one. We will try to comprehend first intellectually. But use your intellect only as an instrument, not as a master. Use it as an instrument to understand something, but do not go on creating barriers with it. When we will be talking about these techniques, just put aside your past knowledge, your knowing, whatsoever information you have collected. Put them aside, they are just dust gathered on the road. Encounter these methods with a fresh mind, with alertness, of course, but not with argumentation. And do not create the fallacy that an argumentative mind is an alert mind. It is not, because the moment you move into arguments you have lost the awareness, you have lost the alertness. Then you are not here. These methods do not belong to any religion. Remember, they are not Hindu, just as the theory of relativity is not Jewish because Einstein conceived it. And radio and television are not Christian. No one says, why are you using electricity? This is Christian, because a Christian mind conceived it. Science does not belong to races and religions, and Tantra is a science. So remember, this is not Hindu at all. These techniques were conceived by Hindus, but these techniques are not Hindu. That is why these techniques will not mention any religious ritual. No temple is needed. You are quite enough of a temple yourself. You are the lab, the whole experiment is to go on within you. No belief is needed. This is not religion, this is science. No belief is needed. It is not required to believe in the Quran or the Vedas or in Buddha or in Mahabharata. No belief is needed. Only a daringness to experiment is enough, courage to experiment is enough, that is the beauty. A Mohammedan can practice and he will reach to the deeper meanings of the Quran. A Hindu can practice and he will for the first time know what the Vedas are. And a Jain can practice and a Buddhist can practice, they need not leave their religion. Tantra will fulfill them, wherever they are. Tantra will be helpful, whatsoever their chosen path. So remember this, Tantra is pure science. You may be a Hindu or a Mohammedan or a Parsi or whatsoever, Tantra doesn't touch your religion at all. Tantra says that religion is a social affair. So belong to any religion, it is irrelevant. But you can transform yourself, and that transformation needs a scientific methodology. When you are ill, when you have fallen ill or you have caught tuberculosis or anything, then whether you are a Hindu or a Mohammedan makes no difference. The tuberculosis remains indifferent to your Hinduism, to your Mohammedanism, to your beliefs, political, social or religious. Tuberculosis has to be treated scientifically. There is no Hindu tuberculosis, no Mohammedan tuberculosis. You are ignorant, you are in conflict, you are asleep. This is a disease, a spiritual disease. This disease has to be treated by the Tantra. You are irrelevant, your beliefs are irrelevant. It is just a coincidence that you are born somewhere and someone else is born somewhere else. This is just a coincidence. Your religion is a coincidence, so do not cling to it. Use some scientific methods to transform yourself. Tantra is not very well known. And even if it is known, it is very much misunderstood. There are reasons for it. The higher and purer a science, the less is the possibility that the masses will know of it. We have only heard the name of the theory of relativity. It used to be said that only 12 persons understood it when Einstein was alive. All over the world only 12 minds could understand it. It was difficult even for Albert Einstein to make it understood to someone, to make it understandable, because it moves so high, it goes above your head. But it can be understood. A technical, mathematical knowledge is needed, a training is needed, and then it can be understood. But Tantra is more difficult because no training will help. Only transformation can help. That is why Tantra could never become understood by the masses. And it always happens that when you cannot understand a thing, at least you will misunderstand, because then you can feel, okay, I understand. You cannot simply remain in the vacuum. Secondly, when you cannot understand a thing, you begin to abuse it because it insults you. You cannot understand it? You cannot understand it? That is impossible. Something must be wrong with the thing itself. One begins to abuse, one begins to talk nonsense, and then he feels, now it is okay. So Tantra was not understood, Tantra was misunderstood. It was so deep and so high that this was natural. Secondly, because Tantra moves beyond duality, the very standpoint is amoral. Please understand this word, moral, immoral, amoral. We understand morality, we understand immorality, but it becomes difficult if something is amoral, beyond both. Tantra is amoral. Look at it in this way. A medicine is amoral, it is neither moral nor immoral. If you give it to a thief it will help, if you give it to a saint it will help. It will make no differentiation between a thief and a saint. The medicine cannot say, this is a thief so I am going to kill him, and this is a saint so I am going to help him. A medicine is a scientific thing. Your being a thief or being a saint is irrelevant. Tantra is amoral. Tantra says, no morality is needed, no particular morality is needed. On the contrary, you are immoral because you have a very disturbed mind. So Tantra cannot make a precondition, that first you become moral and then you can practice Tantra. Tantra says, this is absurd. Someone is ill, feverish, and the doctor comes and says, first bring down your fever, first be quite healthy. Only then can I give you the medicine. This is what is happening. One thief comes to a saint and he says, I am a thief. Tell me how to meditate. The saint says, first leave your profession. How can you meditate if you remain a thief? One alcoholic comes and he says, I am an alcoholic. How can I meditate? The saint says, the first condition is, leave alcohol, only then can you meditate. The conditions become suicidal. The man is alcoholic or a thief or immoral because he has a disturbed mind, an ill mind. These are the effects, the consequences of the diseased mind, and he is told, first be well and then you can meditate. But then who needs meditation? Meditation is medicinal. It is a medicine. Tantra is amoral. It doesn't ask you who you are. Your being a man is enough. Wherever you are, whatsoever you are accepted. Choose a technique which fits you, put your total energy into it, and you will not be the same again. Real, authentic techniques always will be like that. If I make preconditions, it shows I have a pseudo technique. I say, First do this and first do not do that, and then, and those are impossible conditions because a thief can change his objects, but cannot become a non-thief. A greedy man can change the objects of his greed, but he cannot become non-greedy. You can force him or he can force upon himself non-greed, but it is also only because of a certain greed. If heaven is promised, he may even try to be non-greedy. But this is greed par excellence. Heaven, moksha, liberation, Satchitananda, existence, consciousness, bliss, they will be the objects of his greed. Tantra says, you cannot change man unless you give him authentic techniques with which to change. Just by preaching nothing is changed. And you can see this all over the world. Whatsoever Tantra says is written all over the world, so much preaching, so much moralizing, so many priests, preachers. The whole world is filled with them, yet everything is so ugly and so immoral. Why is this happening? The same will be the case if you give your hospitals to preachers. They will go there and they will start preaching. And they will make every ill man feel, you are guilty. You have created this disease, now change this disease. If preachers are given hospitals, what will be the condition of hospitals? The same as the condition of the whole world. Preachers go on preaching. They go on telling people, don't be angry, without giving any technique. And we have heard this teaching for so long that we never even raise the question, what are you saying? I am angry, and you simply say, don't be angry. How is this possible? When I am angry it means I am anger, and you just tell me, don't be angry. So I can only suppress myself. But that will create more anger. That will create guilt, because if I try to change and cannot change myself, that creates inferiority. It gives me a feeling of guilt, that I am incapable, I cannot win over my anger. No one can win. You need certain weapons, you need certain techniques, because your anger is just an indication of a disturbed mind. Change the disturbed mind and the indication will change. Anger is just showing what is within. Change the within and the without will change. So Tantra is not concerned with your so-called morality. Really, to emphasize morality is mean, degrading, it is inhuman. If someone comes to me and I say, leave anger first, leave sex first, leave this and that, then I am inhuman. What I am saying is impossible. And that impossibility will make that man feel inwardly mean. He will begin to feel inferior, he will be degraded inside in his own eyes. If he tries the impossible, he is going to be a failure. And when he is a failure he will be convinced that he is a sinner. The preachers have convinced the whole world that you are sinners. This is good for them, because unless you are convinced, their profession cannot continue. You must be sinners, only then can churches, temples, and mosques continue to prosper. Your being in sin is their success. Your guilt is the base of all the highest churches. The more guilty you are, the more churches will go on rising higher and higher. They are built on your guilt, on your sin, on your inferiority complex. Thus, they have created an inferior humanity. Tantra is not concerned with your so-called morality, your social formalities, etc. That doesn't mean that Tantra says to be immoral, no. Tantra is so much unconcerned with your morality that Tantra cannot say to be immoral. Tantra gives you scientific techniques for changing the mind, and once the mind is different your character will be different. Once the basis of your structure changes, your whole edifice will be different. Because of this amoral attitude, Tantra could not be tolerated by your so-called saints, they all went against it, because if Tantra succeeds, then all this nonsense which goes on in the name of religion will have to stop. See this, Christianity fought very much against scientific progress. Why? Only because if scientific progress is there in the material world, then the time is not very far off when in the psychological and in the spiritual world also science will penetrate. So Christianity started fighting scientific progress, because once you know that you can change matter through technique, the time is not very far off when you will come to know that you can change mind through techniques, because mind is nothing but subtle matter. This is Tantra's proposition, that mind is nothing but subtle matter, it can be changed. And once you have a different mind, you have a different world, because you look through the mind. The world you are seeing because of a particular mind. Change the mind, and when you look there is a different world. And if there is no mind, that is the ultimate for Tantra, to bring about a state where there is no mind. Then look at the world without a mediator. When the mediator is not, you are encountering the real, because now no one is between you and the real. Then nothing can be distorted. So Tantra says that when there is no mind, that is the state of a Bhairava, a no-mind state. For the first time you look at the world, at that which is. If you have a mind, you go on creating a world, you go on imposing, projecting. So first change the mind, then change from mind to no mind. And these 112 methods can help each and everyone. Any particular method may not be of use to you. That is why Shiva goes on relating many methods. Choose any one method which suits you. It is not difficult to know which suits you. We will try to understand each method and how to choose for yourself one method which can change you and your mind. This understanding, this intellectual understanding will be a basic necessity, but this is not the end. Whatsoever I talk about here, try it. Really, when you try the right method it clicks immediately. So I will go on talking about methods here every day. You try them. Just play with them, go home and try. The right method, whenever you happen upon it, just clicks. Something explodes in you, and you know that this is the right method for me. But effort is needed, and you may be surprised that suddenly one day one method has gripped you. So while I am talking here, parallel to it go on playing with these methods. I say playing because you should not be too serious. Just play. Something may fit you. If it fits you, then be serious, and then go deep into it, intensely, honestly, with all your energy, with all your mind. But before that just play. I have found that while you are playing your mind is more open. While you are serious your mind is not so open, it is closed. So just play. Do not be too serious, just play. And these methods are simple, you can just play with them. Take one method and play with it for at least 3 days. If it gives you a certain feeling of affinity, if it gives you a certain feeling of well-being, if it gives you a certain feeling that this is for you, then be serious about it. Then forget the others, do not play with other methods. Stick to it, at least for 3 months. Miracles are possible. The only thing is that the technique must be for you. If the technique is not for you, then nothing happens. Then you may go on with it for lives together, but nothing will happen. If the method is for you then even 3 minutes are enough. So these 112 methods can be a miraculous experience for you, or they may just be a listening, it depends on you. I will go on describing each method from as many angles as possible. If you feel any affinity with it, play with it for 3 days. If you feel that it fits, that something clicks in you, continue it for 3 months. Life is a miracle. If you have not known its mystery, that only shows that you do not know the technique for how to approach it. Shiva proposes 112 methods. These are all the methods possible. If nothing clicks and nothing gives you the feeling that this is for you, then there is no method left for you, remember this. Then forget spirituality and be happy. Then it is not for you. But these 112 methods are for the whole humanity, for all the ages that have passed and for all the ages that have yet to come. In no time has there ever been a single man, and there will never be one, who can say, these 112 methods are all useless for me. Impossible. This is impossible. Every type of mind has been taken into account. Every possible type of mind has been given a technique in Tantra. There are many techniques for which no man exists yet, they are for the future. There are many techniques for which no man exists now, they are for the past. But do not be afraid. There are many methods which are for you. So we will start this journey from tomorrow. Chapter 2, The Path of Yoga and the Path of Tantra. Many questions are there. The first, question 1: What is the difference between traditional yoga and Tantra? Are they the same? Tantra and yoga are basically different. They reach to the same goal, however, their paths are not only different, but contrary also. So this has to be understood very clearly. The yoga process is also methodology, yoga is also technique. Yoga is not philosophy, just like Tantra, yoga depends on action, method, technique. Doing leads to being in yoga also, but the process is different. In yoga one has to fight, it is the path of the warrior. On the path of Tantra one does not have to fight at all. Rather, on the contrary, one has to indulge, but with awareness. Yoga is suppression with awareness, Tantra is indulgence with awareness. Tantra says that whatsoever you are, the ultimate is not opposite to it. It is a growth, you can grow to be the ultimate. There is no opposition between you and the reality. You are part of it, so no struggle, no conflict, no opposition to nature is needed. You have to use nature, you have to use whatsoever you are to go beyond. In yoga you have to fight with yourself to go beyond. In yoga, the world, and moksha, liberation, you as you are and you as you can be, are two opposite things. Suppress, fight, dissolve that which you are so that you can attain that which you can be. Going beyond is a death in yoga. You must die for your real being to be born. In the eyes of Tantra, yoga is a deep suicide. You must kill your natural self, your body, your instincts, your desires, everything. Tantra says accept yourself as you are. It is a deep acceptance. Do not create a gap between you and the real, between the world and nirvana. Do not create any gap. There is no gap for Tantra, no death is needed. For your rebirth, no death is needed, rather, a transcendence. For this transcendence, use yourself. For example, sex is there, the basic energy you are born through, born with. The basic cells of your being and of your body are sexual, so the human mind revolves around sex. For yoga you must fight with this energy. Through fight you create a different center in yourself. The more you fight, the more you become integrated in a different center. Then sex is not your center. Fighting with sex, of course, consciously, will create in you a new center of being, a new emphasis, a new crystallization. Then sex will not be your energy. You will create your energy fighting with sex. A different energy will come into being and a different center of existence. For Tantra you have to use the energy of sex. Do not fight with it, transform it. Do not think in terms of enmity, be friendly to it. It is your energy. It is not evil, it is not bad. Every energy is just natural. It can be used for you, it can be used against you. You can make a block of it, a barrier, or you can make it a step. It can be used. Rightly used, it becomes friendly, wrongly used, it becomes your enemy. But it is neither. Energy is just natural. As ordinary man is using sex, it becomes an enemy, it destroys him, he simply dissipates in it. Yoga takes the opposite view, opposite to the ordinary mind. The ordinary mind is being destroyed by its own desires, so yoga says stop desiring, be desireless. Fight desire and create an integration in you which is desireless. Tantra says be aware of the desire, do not create any fight. Move in desire with full consciousness, and when you move into desire with full consciousness you transcend it. You are into it and still you are not in it. You pass through it, but you remain an outsider. Yoga appeals much because yoga is just the opposite of the ordinary mind, so the ordinary mind can understand the language of yoga. You know how sex is destroying you, how it has destroyed you, how you go on revolving around it like a slave, like a puppet. You know this by your experience. So when yoga says fight it, you immediately understand the language. That is the appeal, the easy appeal of yoga. Tantra cannot be so easily appealing. It seems difficult, how to move into desire without being overwhelmed by it. How to be in the sex act consciously, with full awareness. The ordinary mind becomes afraid. It seems dangerous. Not that it is dangerous, whatsoever you know about sex creates this danger for you. You know yourself, you know how you can deceive yourself. You know very well that your mind is cunning. You can move in desire, in sex, in everything, and you can deceive yourself that you are moving with full awareness. That is why you feel the danger. The danger is not in Tantra, it is in you. And the appeal of yoga is because of you, because of your ordinary mind, your sex-suppressed, sex-starved, sex-indulging mind. Because the ordinary mind is not healthy about sex, yoga has an appeal. With a better humanity, with a healthy sex, natural, normal, the case would be different. We are not normal and natural. We are absolutely abnormal, unhealthy, really insane. But because everyone is like us, we never feel it. Madness is so normal that not to be mad may look abnormal. A Buddha is abnormal, a Jesus is abnormal amidst us. They do not belong to us. This normalcy is a disease. This normal mind has created the appeal of yoga. If you take sex naturally, with no philosophy around it, with no philosophy for or against, if you take sex as you take your hands, your eyes, if it is totally accepted as a natural thing, then Tantra will have an appeal. And only then can Tantra be useful for many. But the days of Tantra are coming. Sooner or later Tantra will explode for the first time in the masses, because for the first time the time is ripe to take sex naturally. It is possible that the explosion may come from the West, because Freud, Jung, Reich, they have prepared the background. They did not know anything about Tantra, but they have made the basic ground for Tantra to evolve. Western psychology has come to a conclusion that the basic human disease is somewhere around sex, the basic insanity of man is sex-oriented. So unless this sex orientation is dissolved, man cannot be natural, normal. Man has gone wrong only because of his attitudes about sex. No attitude is needed. Only then are you natural. What attitude have you about your eyes? Are they evil or are they divine? Are you for your eyes or against them? There is no attitude. That is why your eyes are normal. Take some attitude, think that eyes are evil. Then seeing will become difficult. Then seeing will take the same problematic shape that sex has taken. Then you will want to see, you will desire and you will hanker to see. But when you see you will feel guilty. Whenever you see you will feel guilty that you have done something wrong, that you have sinned. You would like to kill your very instrument of seeing, you would like to destroy your eyes. And the more you want to destroy them, the more you will become eye-centered. Then you will start a very absurd activity. You will want to see more, and simultaneously you will feel more and more guilty. The same has happened with the sex center. Tantra says, accept whatsoever you are. This is the basic note, total acceptance. And only through total acceptance can you grow. Then use every energy you have. How can you use them? Accept them, then find out what these energies are, what is sex, what is this phenomenon. We are not acquainted with it. We know many things about sex, taught by others. We may have passed through the sex act, but with a guilty mind, with a suppressive attitude, in haste, in a hurry. Something has to be done in order to become unburdened. The sex act is not a loving act. You are not happy in it, but you cannot leave it. The more you try to leave it, the more attractive it becomes. The more you want to negate it, the more you feel invited. You cannot negate it, but this attitude to negate, to destroy, destroys the very mind, the very awareness, the very sensitivity which can understand it. So sex goes on with no sensitivity into it. Then you cannot understand it. Only a deep sensitivity can understand anything, only a deep feeling, a deep moving into it, can understand anything. You can understand sex only if you move in it as a poet moves amidst flowers, only then. If you feel guilty about flowers, you may pass through the garden, but you will pass with closed eyes. And you will be in a hurry, in a deep, mad haste. Somehow you have to go out of the garden. Then how can you be aware? So Tantra says, accept whatsoever you are. You are a great mystery of many multidimensional energies. Accept it, and move with every energy with deep sensitivity, with awareness, with love, with understanding. Move with it. Then every desire becomes a vehicle to go beyond it. Then every energy becomes a help. And then this very world is nirvana, this very body is a temple, a holy place. Yoga is negation, Tantra is affirmation. Yoga thinks in terms of duality, that is the reason for the word yoga. It means to put two things together, to yoke two things together. But two things are there, the duality is there. Tantra says there is no duality. If there is duality, then you cannot put them together. And howsoever you try they will remain two. Howsoever put together they will remain two, and the fight will continue, the dualism will remain. If the world and the divine are two, then they cannot be put together. If really they are not two, if they are only appearing as two, only then can they be one. If your body and your soul are two, then they cannot be put together. If you and God are two, then there is no possibility of putting them together. They will remain two. Tantra says there is no duality, it is only an appearance. So why help appearance to grow stronger? Tantra asks, why help this appearance of duality to grow stronger? Dissolve it this very moment. Be one. Through acceptance you become one, not through fight. Accept the world, accept the body, accept everything that is inherent in it. Do not create a different center in yourself, because for Tantra that different center is nothing but the ego. Do not create an ego. Just be aware of what you are. If you fight, then the ego will be there. So it is difficult to find a yogi who is not an egoist. And yogis may go on talking about egolessness, but they cannot be egoless. The very process they go through creates the ego. The fight is the process. If you fight, you are bound to create an ego. And the more you fight, the more strengthened the ego will be. And if you win your fight, then you will achieve the supreme ego. Tantra says, no fight? Then there is no possibility of the ego. If we understand Tantra there will be many problems, because for us, if there is no fight there is only indulgence. No fight means indulgence for us. Then we become afraid. We have indulged for lives together and we have reached nowhere. But for Tantra indulgence is not our indulgence. Tantra says indulge, but be aware. You are angry, Tantra will not say do not be angry. Tantra will say be angry wholeheartedly, but be aware. Tantra is not against anger, Tantra is only against spiritual sleepiness, spiritual unconsciousness. Be aware and be angry. And this is the secret of the method, that if you are aware anger is transformed, it becomes compassion. So Tantra says anger is not your enemy, it is compassion in seed form. The same anger, the same energy, will become compassion. If you fight with it, then there will be no possibility for compassion. So if you succeed in fighting, in suppression, you will be a dead man. There will be no anger because you have suppressed it, but there will be no compassion either because only anger can be transformed into compassion. If you succeed in your suppression, which is impossible, then there will be no sex, but no love either, because with sex dead there is no energy to grow into love. So you will be without sex, but you will also be without love. And then the whole point is missed, because without love there is no divineness, without love there is no liberation, and without love there is no freedom. Tantra says that these same energies are to be transformed. It can be said in this way: if you are against the world, then there is no nirvana, because this world itself is to be transformed into nirvana. Then you are against the basic energies which are the source. So Tantric alchemy says, do not fight, be friendly with all the energies that are given to you. Welcome them. Feel grateful that you have anger, that you have sex, that you have greed. Feel grateful because these are the hidden sources, and they can be transformed, they can be opened. And when sex is transformed, it becomes love. The poison is lost, the ugliness is lost. The seed is ugly, but when it becomes alive it sprouts and flowers. Then there is beauty. Do not throw away the seed, because then you are also throwing the flowers in it. They are not there yet, not yet manifest so that you can see them. They are unmanifest, but they are there. Use the seed so that you can attain to flowers. So first let there be acceptance, a sensitive understanding and awareness. Then indulgence is allowed. One thing more which is really very strange, but one of the deepest discoveries of Tantra, and that is, whatsoever you take as your enemies, greed, anger, hate, sex, whatsoever, your attitude that they are enemies makes them your enemies. Take them as divine gifts and approach them with a very grateful heart. For example, Tantra has developed many techniques for the transformation of sexual energy. Approach the sex act as if you are approaching the temple of the divine. Approach the sex act as if it is prayer, as if it is meditation. Feel the holiness of it. That is why in Khajuraho, in Puri, in Konark, every temple has Mathan, intercourse sculptures. The sex act on the walls of temples seems illogical, particularly for Christianity, for Islam, for Jainism. It seems inconceivable, contradictory. How is the temple connected with Mathan pictures? On the outer walls of the Khajuraho temples, every conceivable type of sex act is pictured in stone. Why? In a temple it doesn't have any place, in our minds at least. Christianity cannot conceive of a church wall with Khajuraho pictures. Impossible. Modern Hindus also feel guilty because the minds of modern Hindus are created by Christianity. They are Hindu Christians, and they are worse, because to be a Christian is good, but to be a Hindu Christian is just weird. They feel guilty. One Hindu leader, Purushottam Das Tandon, even proposed that these temples should be destroyed, that they do not belong to us. Really, it looks like they do not belong to us because Tantra has not been in our hearts for a long time, for centuries. It has not been the main current. Yoga has been the main current, and for Yoga Khajuraho is inconceivable, it must be destroyed. Tantra says, approach the sex act as if you are entering a holy temple. That is why they have pictured the sex act on their holy temples. They have said, approach sex as if you are entering a holy temple. Thus, when you enter a holy temple, sex must be there in order that the two become conjoined in your mind, associated. Then you can feel that the world and the divine are not two fighting elements, but one. They are not contradictory, they are just polar opposites helping each other. And they can exist only because of this polarity. If this polarity is lost, the whole world is lost. So see the deep oneness running through everything. Do not see only the polar opposites, see the inner running current which makes them one. For Tantra everything is holy. Remember this, for Tantra everything is holy, nothing is unholy. Look at it this way, for an irreligious person, everything is unholy, for so-called religious persons something is holy, something is unholy. For Tantra, everything is holy. One Christian missionary was with me a few days ago and he said, God created the world. So I asked him, who created sin? He said, the devil. Then I asked him, who created the devil? Then he was at a loss. He said, of course, God created the devil. The devil creates sin and God creates the devil. Then who is the real sinner, the devil or God? But the dualist conception always leads to such absurdities. For Tantra, God and the devil are not two. Really, for Tantra there is nothing that can be called devil, everything is divine, everything is holy. And this seems to be the right standpoint, the deepest. If anything is unholy in this world, from where does it come and how can it be? So only two alternatives are there. First, the alternative of the atheist who says everything is unholy. This attitude is okay. He is also a non-dualist, he sees no holiness in the world. Then there is the tantric's alternative, he says everything is holy. He is also a non-dualist. But between these two are the so-called religious persons, who are not really religious. They are neither religious nor irreligious because they are always in a conflict. Their whole theology is just to make ends meet, and those ends cannot meet. If a single cell, a single atom in this world is unholy, then the whole world becomes unholy, because how can that single atom exist in a holy world? How can it be? It is supported by everything, to be, it has to be supported by everything. And if the unholy element is supported by all the holy elements, then what is the difference between them? So either the world is holy totally, unconditionally, or it is unholy, there is no middle path. Tantra says everything is holy, that is why we cannot understand it. It is the deepest non-dual standpoint, if we can call it a standpoint. It is not, because any standpoint is bound to be dual. It is not against anything, so it is not any standpoint. It is a felt unity, a lived unity. These are two paths, yoga and tantra. Tantra could not be so appealing because of our crippled minds. But whenever there is someone who is healthy inside, not a chaos, Tantra has a beauty. Only he can understand what Tantra is. Yoga has appeal, an easy appeal, because of our disturbed minds. Remember, it is ultimately your mind which makes anything attractive or unattractive. It is you who is the deciding factor. These approaches are different. I am not saying that one cannot reach through yoga. One can reach through yoga also, but not through the yoga which is prevalent. The yoga which is prevalent is not really yoga, but the interpretation of your diseased minds. Yoga can be authentically an approach toward the ultimate, but that too is only possible when your mind is healthy, when your mind is not diseased and ill. Then yoga takes a different shape. For example, Mahavir was on the path of yoga, but he was not really suppressing sex. He had known it, he had lived it, he was deeply acquainted with it. But it became useless to him, so it dropped. Buddha was on the path of yoga, but he had lived through the world, he was deeply acquainted with it. He was not fighting. Once you know something you become free from it. It simply drops like dead leaves dropping from a tree. It is not renunciation, there is no fight involved at all. Look at Buddha's face, it doesn't look like the face of a fighter. He has not been fighting. He is so relaxed, his face is the very symbol of relaxation, no fight. Look at your yogis. The fight is apparent on their faces. Deep down much turmoil is there, right now they are sitting on volcanoes. You can look in their eyes, in their faces, and you will feel it. Deep down somewhere they have suppressed all their diseases, they have not gone beyond. In a healthy world, where everyone is living his life authentically, individually, not imitating others but living his own life in his own way, both are possible. He may learn the deep sensitivity which transcends desires, he may come to a point where all desires become futile and drop. Yoga can also lead to this, but to me yoga will lead to it in the same world where Tantra can lead to it, remember this. We need a healthy mind, a natural man. In that world where a natural man is, Tantra, and yoga also, will lead to transcendence of desires. In our so-called ill society, neither yoga nor Tantra can do this, because if we choose yoga we do not choose it because desires have become useless, no. They are still meaningful, they are not dropping by themselves. We have to force them. If we choose yoga, we choose it as a technique of suppression. If we choose Tantra, we choose Tantra as a cunningness, as a deep deception, an excuse to indulge. So with an unhealthy mind neither yoga nor tantra can work. They will both lead to deceptions. A healthy mind, particularly a sexually healthy mind, is needed to start with. Then it is not very difficult to choose your path. You can choose yoga, you can choose tantra. There are two types of persons basically, male and female. I do not mean biologically, but psychologically. For those who are psychologically basically male, aggressive, violent, extrovert, yoga is their path. For those who are basically feminine, receptive, passive, non-violent, tantra is their path. So you may note it, for tantra, Mother Kali, Tara, and so many Devis, Bhairavas, female deities, are very significant. In yoga you will never hear mentioned any name of a feminine deity. Tantra has feminine deities, yoga has male gods. Yoga is outgoing energy, tantra is energy moving inwards. So you can say in modern psychological terms that yoga is extrovert and tantra is introvert. So it depends on the personality. If you have an introverted personality, then fight is not for you. If you have an extroverted personality, then fight is for you. But we are just confused, we are just in a mess, that is why nothing helps. On the contrary, everything disturbs. Yoga will disturb you, tantra will disturb you. Every medicine is going to create a new illness for you because the chooser is ill, diseased, so the result of his choice will be illness. So I do not mean that through yoga you cannot reach. I emphasize tantra only because we are going to try to understand what tantra is. Another question, question 2, on the path of surrender, how does the seeker come to the right technique out of 112 methods? On the path of will there are methods, these 112 methods. On the path of surrender, surrender itself is the method, there are no other methods, remember this. All methods are non-surrendering, because a method means depending on yourself. You can do something, the technique is there, so you do it. On the path of surrender, you are no more, so you cannot do anything. You have done the ultimate, the last, you have surrendered. On the path of surrender, surrender is the only method. All these 112 methods require a certain will, they require something to be done by you. You manipulate your energy, you balance your energy, you create a center in your chaos. You do something. Your effort is significant, basic, required. On the path of surrender only one thing is required, you surrender. We will go deep into these 112 methods, so it is good to say something about surrender because it has no method. In these 112 methods there will be nothing about surrender. Why has Shiva not said anything about surrender? Because nothing can be said. Bhairavi herself, Devi herself, has reached Shiva not through any method. She has simply surrendered. So this must be noted. She is asking these questions not for herself, these questions are asked for the whole humanity. She has attained Shiva. She is already in his lap, she is already embraced by him. She has become one with him, but still she is asking. So remember one thing, she is not asking for herself, there is no need. She is asking for the whole humanity. But if she has attained, why is she asking Shiva? Can she herself not speak to the humanity? She has come through the path of surrender, so she doesn't know anything about method. She herself has come through love, love is enough unto itself. Love doesn't need anything more. She has come through love, so she doesn't know anything about any methods, techniques. That is why she is asking. So Shiva relates 112 methods. He also will not talk about surrender because surrender is not a method really. You surrender only when every method has become futile, when you cannot reach by any method. You have tried your best. You have knocked on every door and no door opens, and you have passed through all the routes and no route reaches. You have done whatsoever you can do, and now you feel helpless. In that total helplessness surrender happens. So on the path of surrender there is no method. But what is surrender and how does it work? And if surrender works, then what is the need of 112 methods? Then why go into them unnecessarily? The mind will ask. Then okay. If surrender works, it is better to surrender. Why go on hankering after methods? And who knows whether a particular method will suit you or not? And it may take lives to find out. So it is good to surrender, but it is difficult. It is the most difficult thing in the world. Methods are not difficult. They are easy, you can train yourself. But for surrender you cannot train yourself, no training. You cannot ask how to surrender, the very question is absurd. How can you ask how to surrender? Can you ask how to love? Either there is love or there is not, but you cannot ask how to love. And if someone tells you and teaches you how to love, remember, then you will never be capable of love. Once a technique is given to you for love, you will cling to the technique. That is why actors cannot love. They know so many techniques, so many methods, and we are all actors. Once you know the trick how to love, then love will not flower because you can create a facade, a deception. And with the deception you are out of it, not involved. You are protected. Love is being totally open, vulnerable. It is dangerous. You become insecure. We cannot ask how to love, we cannot ask how to surrender. It happens. Love happens, surrender happens. Love and surrender are deeply one. But what is it? And if we cannot know how to surrender, at least we can know how we are maintaining ourselves from surrendering, how we are preventing ourselves from surrendering. That can be known and that is helpful. How is it that you have not surrendered yet? What is your technique of non-surrendering? If you have not fallen in love yet, then the real problem is not how to love. The real problem is to dig deep to find out how you have lived without love. What is your trick, what is your technique, what is your structure, your defense structure, how you have lived without love? That can be understood, and that should be understood. First thing, we live with the ego, in the ego, centered in the ego. I am without knowing who I am. I go on announcing, I am. This I amness is false, because I do not know who I am. And unless I know who I am, how can I say I? This I is a false I. This false I is the ego. This is the defense. This protects you from surrendering. You cannot surrender, but you can become aware of this defense measure. If you have become aware of it, it dissolves. By and by, you are not strengthening it, and one day you come to feel, I am not. The moment you come to feel I am not, surrender happens. So try to find out whether you are. Really, is there any center in you that you can call your I? Go deep down within yourself, go on trying to find out where is this I, where is the abode of this ego. Rinzai went to his master and he said, give me freedom. The master said, bring yourself. If you are, I will make you free. But if you are not, then how can I make you free? You are already free. And freedom, his master said, is not your freedom. Really, freedom is freedom from you. So go and find out where this I is, where you are, then come to me. This is the meditation. Go and meditate. So the disciple Rinzai goes and meditates for weeks, months, and then he comes. Then he says, I am not the body. Only this much I have found. So the master says, this much you have become free. Go again. Try to find out. Then he tries, meditates, and he finds that I am not my mind, because I can observe my thoughts. So the observer is different from the observed, I am not my mind. He comes and says, I am not my mind. So his master says, now you are 3/4 liberated. Now go again and find out who you are. So he was thinking, I am not my body. I am not my mind. He had read, studied, he was well informed, so he was thinking, I am not my body, not my mind, so I must be my soul, my Atma. But he meditated, and then he found that there is no Atman, no soul, because this Atma is nothing but your mental information, just doctrines, words, philosophies. So he came running one day and he said, "Now I am no more." Then his master said, "Am I now to teach you the methods for freedom?" Rinzai said, "I am free because I am no more. There is no one to be in bondage. I am just a wide emptiness, a nothingness. Only nothingness can be free. If you are something, you will be in bondage. If you are, you will be in bondage. Only a void, a vacant space, can be free. Then you cannot bind it?" Rinzai came running and said, "I am no more. Nowhere am I to be found. This is freedom." And for the first time he touched his master's feet, for the first time. Not actually, because he had touched them many times before also. But the master said, "For the first time you have touched my feet." Rinzai asked, "Why do you say for the first time? I have touched your feet many times." The master said, "But you were there, so how could you touch my feet while you were already there? While you are there, how can you touch my feet? The eye can never touch anybody's feet. Even though it apparently looks like it touches somebody's feet, it is touching its own feet, just in a roundabout way. You have touched my feet for the first time," the master said, "because now you are no more. And this is also the last time," the master said. "The first and the last. Surrender happens when you are not, so you cannot surrender. That is why surrender cannot be a technique. You cannot surrender, you are the hindrance. When you are not, surrender is there. So you and surrender cannot cohabit, there is no coexistence between you and surrender. Either you are or surrender is. So find out where you are, who you are. This inquiry creates many, many surprising results. Raman Maharshi used to say, "Inquire who am I?" It was misunderstood. Even his nearest disciples have not understood the meaning of it. They think that this is an inquiry to find out really who am I. It is not. If you go on inquiring who am I, you are bound to come to the conclusion that you are not. This is not really an inquiry to find out who am I. Really, this is an inquiry to dissolve. I have given many this technique, to inquire within who am I. Then a month or 2 months later, they will come to me and say, "I have still not found who am I. The question is still the same, there is no answer." So I tell them, "Continue. Someday the answer will come." And they hope that the answer will come. There is going to be no answer. It is only that the question will dissolve. There is not going to be an answer, that you are this. Only the question will dissolve. There will be no one to ask even who am I. And then you know. When the I is not, the real I opens. When the ego is not, you are for the first time encountering your being. That being is void. Then you can surrender, then you have surrendered. You are surrender now. So there can be no techniques, or only negative techniques like this inquiry into who am I. How does surrender work? If you surrender, what happens? We will come to understand how methods work. We will go deep into methods, and we will come to know how they work. They have a scientific basis of working. When you surrender, you become a valley. When you are an ego, you are like a peak. Ego means you are above everyone else, you are somebody. The others may recognize you, may not recognize you, that is another thing. You recognize that you are above everyone. You are like a peak, nothing can enter you. When one surrenders, one becomes like a valley. One becomes depth, not height. Then the whole existence begins to pour into him from everywhere. He is just a vacuum, just a depth, an abyss, bottomless. The whole existence begins to pour from everywhere. You can say God runs from everywhere to him, enters him from every pore, fills him totally. This surrender, this becoming a valley, an abyss, can be felt in many ways. There are minor surrenders, There are major surrenders. Even in minor surrenders you feel it. Surrendering to a master is a minor surrender, but you begin to feel it because the master begins to flow into you immediately. If you surrender to a master, suddenly you feel his energy flowing into you. If you cannot feel energy flowing into you, then know well you have not surrendered even in a minor way. There are so many stories which have become meaningless for us because we do not know how they happened. Mahakashyap came to Buddha, and Buddha just touched his head with his hand, and the thing happened. And Mahakashyap began to dance. So Ananda asked Buddha, what has happened to him? And I have been for 40 years with you. Is he mad? Or is he just fooling others? What has happened to him? And I have touched your feet thousands and thousands of times. Of course, to Ananda, this Mahakashyap will either look like he is mad or as if he is just deceiving. He was with Buddha for 40 years, but there was a problem. He was his elder brother, Buddha's elder brother, that was the problem. When Ananda came to Buddha 40 years before, the first thing he said to Buddha was this, I am your elder brother, and when you will initiate me, I will become your disciple. So allow me 3 things before I become your disciple, because then I cannot demand. 1. I will always be with you. Give me this promise, that you will not say to me, go somewhere else. I will follow you. Secondly, I will sleep in the same room where you sleep. You cannot say to me, go out. I will be with you like your shadow. And thirdly, if I bring anyone at any time, even at midnight, you will have to answer him. You cannot say, this is not the time. And give me these 3 promises while I am still your elder brother, because once I become your disciple I will have to follow you. You are still younger than me, so give me these promises. So Buddha promised, and this became the problem. For 40 years Ananda was with Buddha, but he could never surrender, because this is not the spirit of surrender. Ananda asked many, many times, when am I going to attain? Buddha said, unless I die, you will not attain. And Ananda could attain only when Buddha died. What happened to this Mahakashyap suddenly? Is Buddha partial to Mahakashyap? He is not. He is flowing, constantly flowing. But you have to be a valley, a womb, to receive him. If you are above him, how can you receive? That flowing energy cannot come to you, it will miss you. So bow down. Even in a minor surrender with a master, energy begins to flow. Suddenly, immediately, you become a vehicle of a great force. There are thousands and thousands of stories, just by a touch, just by a look, someone became enlightened. They do not appear rational to us. How is this possible? This is possible. Even a look from the master into your eyes will change your total being, but it can change only if your eyes are just vacant, valley-like. If you can absorb the look of the master, immediately you will be different. So these are minor surrenders that happen before you surrender totally. And these minor surrenders prepare you for the total surrender. Once you have known that through surrender you receive something unknown, unbelievable, unexpected, never even dreamed of, then you are ready for a major surrender. And that is the work of the Master, to help you in minor surrenders so that you can gather courage for a major surrender, for a total surrender. One last question, question 3. What are the exact indications to know that the particular technique one is practicing will lead to the ultimate? There are indications. 1. You begin to feel a different identity within you. You are no more the same. If the technique fits you, immediately you are a different person. If you are a husband, you are no more the same husband. If you are a shopkeeper, you are never again the same shopkeeper. Whatsoever you are, if the technique fits you, you are a different person, that is the first indication. So if you begin to feel strange about yourself, know that something is happening to you. If you remain the same and do not feel any strangeness, nothing is happening. This is the first indication of whether a technique fits you. If it fits, immediately you are transported, transformed into a different person. Suddenly this happens, you look at the world in a different way. The eyes are the same, but the looker behind them is different. Secondly, all that creates tensions, conflicts, starts dropping. It is not that when you have practiced the method for years, then your conflicts, anxieties, tensions will drop, no. If the method fits you, immediately they start dropping. You can feel an aliveness coming to you, you are being unburdened. You will begin to feel, if the technique fits you, that gravity has become reversed. Now the earth is not pulling you down. Rather, the sky is pulling you up. How do you feel when an airplane takes off? Everything is disturbed. Suddenly there is a jerk, and gravity becomes meaningless. Now the earth is not pulling you, you are going away from gravity. The same jerk happens if a meditative technique fits you. Suddenly you take off. Suddenly you feel the earth has become meaningless, there is no gravity. It is not pulling you down, you are being pulled up. In religious terminology, this is called grace. There are two forces, gravity and grace. Grace means you are being pulled upwards, gravity means you are being pulled downwards. That is why in meditation many people suddenly feel they have no weight. That is why many people feel an inner levitation. So many have reported this to me when the technique fits them, this is strange. We close our eyes and we feel that we are a little bit above the earth, 1 foot, 2 feet, even 4 feet above the earth. When we open our eyes we are just on the ground, when we close our eyes we have levitated. So what is this? When we open our eyes we are just on the ground. We never levitated. The body remains on the ground, but you levitate. This levitation is really a pull from the above. If the technique fits you have been pulled, because the working of the technique is to make available for you the upward pull. This is what the technique means, to make you available for the force which can pull you up. So if it fits, you know, you have become weightless. Thirdly, whatsoever you will now do, whatsoever, howsoever trivial, will be different. You will walk in a different way, you will sit in a different way, you will eat in a different way. Everything will be different. This difference you will feel everywhere. Sometimes this strange experience of being different creates fear. One wants again to go back and be the same, because one was so attuned with the old. It was a routine world, even boring, but you were efficient in it. Now everywhere you will feel a gap. You will feel that your efficiency is lost. You will feel that your utility is reduced. You will feel that everywhere you are an outsider. One has to pass through this period. You will become attuned again. You have changed, not the world, so you will not fit. So remember the third thing, when the technique fits you, you will not fit into the world. You will become unfit. Everywhere something is loose, some bolt is missing. Everywhere you will feel that there has been an earthquake. And everything has remained the same, only you, have become different. But you will be attuned again on a different plane, on a higher plane. The disturbance is felt just like when a child grows and becomes sexually mature. At the age of 14 or 15 every boy feels that he has become strange. A new force has entered, sex. It was not there before, or it was, but it was hidden. Now for the first time he has become available for a new kind of force. That is why boys are very awkward, girls, boys, when they become sexually mature, they are very awkward. They are nowhere. They are no longer children and they are not yet men, so they are in between, fitting nowhere. If they play with small children they feel awkward, they have become men. If they start making friendships with men they feel awkward, they are still children. They fit with no one. The same phenomenon happens when a technique fits you. A new energy source becomes available that is greater than sex. You are again in a transitory period. Now you cannot fit in this world of worldly men. You are not a child, and you cannot yet fit in the world of saints, and in between one feels awkward. If a technique fits you, these three things will come up. You may not have expected that I would say these things. You may have expected that I would say you will become more silent, more quiet, and I am saying quite the contrary, you will become more disturbed. When the technique fits, you will become more disturbed, not more silent. Silence will come later on. And if silence comes and not disturbance, know well that this is not a technique, this is just getting adjusted to the old pattern. That is why more people go for a prayer than for meditation, because prayer gives you a consolation. It fits you, adjusts to you, to your world. Prayer was doing virtually the same thing that psychoanalysts are now doing. If you are disturbed, they will make you less disturbed, adjusted to the pattern, to the society, to the family. So by going to a psychoanalyst for 1, 2, or 3 years, you will not get better, but you will be more adjusted. Prayer does the same thing, and priests do the same thing, they make you more adjusted. Your child has died and you are disturbed, and you go to a priest. He says, do not be disturbed. Only those children die early whom God loves more. He calls them up. You feel satisfied. Your child has been called up. God loves him more. Or the priest says something else, do not be worried, the soul never dies. Your child is in heaven. One woman was here just a few days before. Her husband had died just during the past month. She was disturbed. She came to me and she said, only assure me that he is reborn in a good place and then everything will be okay. Just give me a certainty that he has not gone to hell, or he has not become an animal, that he is in heaven, or he has become a god or some such thing. If you can just assure me of this, then everything is okay. Then I can bear it, otherwise I am miserable. The priest would say, okay. Your husband is born as a god in the 7th heaven, and he is very happy. And he is waiting for you. These prayers, they make you adjusted to the pattern, you feel better. Meditation is a science. It is not going to help you in adjustment, it is going to help you in transformation. That is why I say these 3 signs will be there as indications. Silence will come, but not as an adjustment. Silence will come as an inner flowering. Then silence will not be an adjustment with the society, with the family, the world, the business, no. Then silence will be a real harmony with the universe. Then a deep harmony flowers between you and the totality, then there is silence, but that will come later. First you will get disturbed, first you will become mad. If a technique fits, it will make you aware of everything that you are. Your anarchy, your mind, your madness, everything will come to light. You are just a dark mess. When a technique fits, it is as if suddenly there is light and the whole mess becomes apparent. For the first time you will encounter yourself as you are. You would like to put the light off and go to sleep again, it is fearful. This is the point where the master becomes helpful. He says, do not be afraid. This is just the beginning. And do not escape from it. At first this light shows you what you are, and if you can go on and on, it transforms you toward what you can be. Enough for today. Chapter 3 Breath, A Bridge to the Universe Sutras, Shiva replies, 1 Radiant 1, this experience may dawn between 2 breaths. After breath comes in, down, and just before turning up, out, the beneficence. 2 as breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize. 3 or, whenever in breath and out breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. 4 or, when breath is all out, up, and stopped of itself, or all in, down, and stopped, in such universal pause, one small self vanishes. This is difficult only for the impure. Truth is always here. It is already the case. It is not something to be achieved in the future. You are the truth just here and now, so it is not something which is to be created or something which is to be devised or something which is to be sought. Understand this very clearly, then these techniques will be easy to understand and also to do. Mind is a mechanism of desiring. Mind is always in desire, always seeking something, asking for something. Always the object is in the future, mind is not concerned with the present at all. In this very moment the mind cannot move, there is no space. The mind needs the future in order to move. It can move either in the past or in the future. It cannot move in the present, there is no space. The truth is in the present, and mind is always in the future or in the past, so there is no meeting between mind and truth. When the mind is seeking worldly objects it is not so difficult, the problem is not absurd, it can be solved. But when the mind starts seeking the truth the very effort becomes nonsense, because the truth is here and now and the mind is always then and there. There is no meeting. So understand the first thing, you cannot seek truth. You can find it, but you cannot seek it. The very seeking is the hindrance. The moment you start seeking you have moved away from the present, away from yourself, because you are always in the present. The seeker is always in the present and the seeking is in the future, you are not going to meet whatsoever you are seeking. Lao Tzu says, seek not, otherwise you will miss. Seek not and find. Don't seek and find. All these techniques of Shiva's are simply turning the mind from the future or the past to the present. That which you are seeking is already there, it is the case already. The mind has to be turned from seeking to non-seeking. It is difficult. If you think about it intellectually it is very difficult. How to turn the mind from seeking to non-seeking? Because then the mind makes non-seeking itself the object. Then the mind says, don't seek. Then the mind says, I should not seek. Then the mind says, now non-seeking is my object. Now I desire the state of desirelessness. The seeking has entered again, the desire has come again through the back door. That is why there are people who are seeking worldly objects, and there are people who think they are seeking non-worldly objects. All objects are worldly because seeking is the world. So you cannot seek anything non-worldly. The moment you seek, it becomes the world. If you are seeking God, your God is part of the world. If you are seeking moksha, liberation, nirvana, your liberation is part of the world. Your liberation is not something that transcends the world, because seeking is the world, desiring is the world. So you cannot desire nirvana, you cannot desire non-desire. If you try to understand intellectually, it will become a puzzle. Shiva says nothing about it, he immediately proceeds to give techniques. They are non-intellectual. He doesn't say to Devi, the truth is here. Don't seek it and you will find it. He immediately gives techniques. Those techniques are non-intellectual. Do them, and the mind turns. The turning is just a consequence, just a byproduct, not an object. The turning is just a byproduct. If you do a technique, your mind will turn from its journey into the future or the past. Suddenly you will find yourself in the present. That is why Buddha has given techniques, Lao Tzu has given techniques, Krishna has given techniques. But they always introduce their techniques with intellectual concepts. Only Shiva is different. He immediately gives techniques, and no intellectual understanding, no intellectual introduction, because he knows that the mind is tricky, the most cunning thing possible. It can turn anything into a problem. Non-seeking will become the problem. There are people who come to me who ask how not to desire. They are desiring non-desire. Somebody has told them, or they have read somewhere, or they have heard spiritual gossip, that if you do not desire you will reach bliss, if you do not desire you will be free, if you do not desire there will be no suffering. Now their minds hanker to attain that state where there is no suffering, so they ask how not to desire. Their minds are playing tricks. They are still desiring, it is only that now the object has changed. They were desiring money, they were desiring fame, they were desiring prestige, they were desiring power. Now they are desiring non-desire. Only the object has changed, and they remain the same and their desiring remains the same. But now the desire has become more deceptive. Because of this, Shiva proceeds immediately with no introduction whatsoever. He immediately starts talking about techniques. Those techniques, if followed, suddenly turn your mind, it comes to the present. And when the mind comes to the present it stops, it is no more. You cannot be a mind in the present, that is impossible. Just now, if you are here and now, how can you be a mind? Thoughts cease because they cannot move. The present has no space in which to move, you cannot think. If you are in this very moment, how can you move? Mind stops, you attain to no mind. So the real thing is how to be here and now. You can try, but effort may prove futile, because if you make it a point to be in the present, then this point has moved into the future. When you ask how to be in the present, again you are asking about the future. This moment is passing in the inquiry, how to be present? How to be here and now. This present moment is passing in the inquiry, and your mind will begin to weave and create dreams in the future. Someday you will be in a state of mind where there is no movement, no motive, no seeking, and then there will be bliss. So how to be in the present? Shiva doesn't say anything about it, he simply gives a technique. You do it, and suddenly you find you are here and now. And your being here and now is the truth, and your being here and now is the freedom, and your being here and now is the nirvana. The first 9 techniques are concerned with breathing. So let us understand something about breathing, and then we will proceed to the techniques. We are breathing continuously from the moment of birth to the moment of death. Everything changes between these 2 points. Everything changes, nothing remains the same, only breathing is a constant thing between birth and death. The child will become a youth, the youth will become old. He will be diseased, his body will become ugly, ill, everything will change. He will be happy, unhappy, in suffering, everything will go on changing. But whatsoever happens between these 2 points, one must breathe. Whether happy or unhappy, young or old, successful or unsuccessful, whatsoever you are, it is irrelevant. One thing is certain, between these 2 points of birth and death you must breathe. Breathing will be a continuous flow, no gap is possible. If even for a single moment you forget to breathe, you will be no more. That is why you are not required to breathe, because then it would be difficult. Someone might forget to breathe for a single moment, and then nothing could be done. So, really, you are not breathing, because you are not needed. You are fast asleep, and breathing goes on, you are unconscious, and breathing goes on, you are in a deep coma, and breathing goes on. You are not required, breathing is something which goes on in spite of you. It is one of the constant factors in your personality, that is the first thing. It is something which is very essential and basic to life, that is the second thing. You cannot be alive without breath. So breath and life have become synonymous. Breathing is the mechanism of life, and life is deeply related with breathing. That is why in India we call it prana. We have given one word for both. Prana means the vitality, the aliveness. Your life is your breath. Thirdly, your breath is a bridge between you and your body. Constantly, breath is bridging you to your body, connecting you, relating you to your body. Not only is the breath a bridge to your body, it is also a bridge between you and the universe. The body is just the universe which has come to you, which is nearer to you. Your body is part of the universe. Everything in the body is part of the universe, every particle, every cell. It is the nearest approach to the universe. Breath is the bridge. If the bridge is broken, you are no more in the body. If the bridge is broken, you are no more in the universe. You move into some unknown dimension, then you cannot be found in space and time. So, thirdly, breath is also the bridge between you, and space and time. Breath, therefore, becomes very significant, the most significant thing. So the first 9 techniques are concerned with breath. If you can do something with the breath, you will suddenly turn to the present. If you can do something with breath, you will attain to the source of life. If you can do something with breath, you can transcend time and space. If you can do something with breath, you will be in the world and also beyond it. Breath has 2 points. One is where it touches the body and the universe, and another is where it touches you and that which transcends the universe. We know only one part of the breath. When it moves into the universe, into the body, we know it. But it is always moving from the body to the no-body, from the no-body to the body. We do not know the other point. If you become aware of the other point, the other part of the bridge, the other pole of the bridge, suddenly you will be transformed, transplanted into a different dimension. But remember, what Shiva is going to say is not yoga, it is tantra. Yoga also works on breath, but the work of yoga and tantra is basically different. Yoga tries to systematize breathing. If you systematize your breathing, your health will improve. If you systematize your breathing, if you know the secrets of breathing, your life will become longer, you will be more healthy and you will live longer. You will be more strong, more filled with energy, more vital, alive, young, fresh. But Tantra is not concerned with that. Tantra is concerned not with any systematization of breath, but with using breath just as a technique to turn inward. One has not to practice a particular style of breathing, a particular system of breathing or a particular rhythm of breathing, no. One has to take breathing as it is. One has just to become aware of certain points in the breathing. There are certain points, but we are not aware of them. We have been breathing and we will go on breathing, we are born breathing and we will die breathing, but we are not aware of certain points. And this is strange. Man is searching, probing deep into space. Man is going to the moon, man is trying to reach farther, from Earth into space, and man has not yet learned the nearest part of his life. There are certain points in breathing which you have never observed, and those points are the doors, the nearest doors to you from where you can enter into a different world, into a different being, into a different consciousness. But they are very subtle. To observe a moon is not very difficult. Even to reach the moon is not very difficult, it is a gross journey. You need mechanization, you need technology, you need accumulated information, and then you can reach it. Breathing is the nearest thing to you, and the nearer a thing is, the more difficult it is to perceive it. The nearer it is, the more difficult, the more obvious it is, the more difficult. It is so near to you that again there is no space between you and your breathing. Or, there is such a small space that you will need a very minute observation, only then will you become aware of certain points. These points are the basis of these techniques. So now I will take each technique. Shiva replies, Radiant One, this experience may dawn between 2 breaths. After breath comes in, down, and just before turning up, out, the beneficence. That is the technique, Radiant One, this experience may dawn between 2 breaths. After breath comes in, that is, down, and just before turning out, that is, going up, the beneficence. Be aware between these 2 points, and the happening. When your breath comes in, observe. For a single moment, or 1,000th part of a moment, there is no breathing, before it turns up, before it turns outward. One breath comes in, then there is a certain point and breathing stops. Then the breathing goes out. When the breath goes out, then again for a single moment, or a part of a moment, breathing stops. Then breathing comes in. Before the breath is turning in or turning out, there is a moment when you are not breathing. In that moment the happening is possible, because when you are not breathing you are not in the world. Understand this, when you are not breathing you are dead, you are still, but dead. But the moment is of such a short duration that you never observe it. For Tantra, each outgoing breath is a death and each new breath is a rebirth. Breath coming in is rebirth, breath going out is death. The outgoing breath is synonymous with death, the incoming breath is synonymous with life. So with each breath you are dying and being reborn. The gap between the two is of a very short duration, but keen, Sincere observation and attention will make you feel the gap. If you can feel the gap, Shiva says, the beneficence, then nothing else is needed. You are blessed, you have known, the thing has happened. You are not to train the breath. Leave it just as it is. Why such a simple technique? It looks so simple. Such a simple technique to know the truth. To know the truth means to know that which is neither born nor dies, to know that eternal element which is always. You can know the breath going out, you can know the breath coming in, but you never know the gap between the two. Try it. Suddenly you will get the point, and you can get it, it is already there. Nothing is to be added to you or to your structure, it is already there. Everything is already there except a certain awareness. So how to do this? First, become aware of the breath coming in. Watch it. Forget everything, just watch breath coming in, the very passage. When the breath touches your nostrils, feel it there. Then let the breath move in. Move with the breath fully consciously. When you are going down, down, down with the breath, do not miss the breath. Do not go ahead and do not follow behind, just go with it. Remember this, do not go ahead, do not follow it like a shadow, be simultaneous with it. Breath and consciousness should become one. The breath goes in, you go in. Only then will it be possible to get the point which is between two breaths. It will not be easy. Move in with the breath, then move out with the breath, in out, in out. Buddha tried particularly to use this method, so this method has become a Buddhist method. In Buddhist terminology it is known as Anapanasati Yoga. And Buddha's enlightenment was based on this technique, only this. All the religions of the world, all the seers of the world, have reached through some technique or other, and all those techniques will be in these 112 techniques. This first one is a Buddhist technique. It has become known in the world as a Buddhist technique because Buddha attained his enlightenment through this technique. Buddha said, be aware of your breath as it is coming in, going out, coming in, going out. He never mentions the gap because there is no need. Buddha thought and felt that if you become concerned with the gap between two breaths, that concern may disturb your awareness. So he simply said, be aware. When the breath is going in, move with it, and when the breath is going out, move with it. Do simply this, going in, going out, with the breath. He never says anything about the latter part of the technique. The reason is that Buddha was talking with very ordinary men, and even that might create a desire to attain the interval. That desire to attain the interval will become a barrier to awareness, because if you are desiring to get to the interval you will move ahead. Breath will be coming in, and you will move ahead because you are interested in the gap which is going to be in the future. Buddha never mentions it, so Buddha's technique is just half. But the other half follows automatically. If you go on practicing breath consciousness, breath awareness, suddenly, one day, without knowing, you will come to the interval. Because as your awareness will become keen and deep and intense, as your awareness will become bracketed, the whole world is bracketed out, only your breath coming in or going out is your world, the whole arena for your consciousness, suddenly you are bound to feel the gap in which there is no breath. When you are moving with breath minutely, when there is no breath, how can you remain unaware? You will suddenly become aware that there is no breath, and the moment will come when you will feel that the breath is neither going out nor coming in. The breath has stopped completely. In that stopping, the beneficence. This one technique is enough for millions. The whole of Asia tried and lived with this technique for centuries. Tibet, China, Japan, Burma, Thailand, Ceylon, the whole of Asia except India has tried this technique. Only one technique and thousands have attained enlightenment through it. And this is only the first technique. But unfortunately, because the technique became associated with Buddha's name, Hindus have been trying to avoid it. Because it became more and more known as a Buddhist method, Hindus have completely forgotten it. And not only that, They have also tried to avoid it for another reason. Because this technique is the first technique mentioned by Shiva, many Buddhists have claimed that this book, Vigyan Bhairav Tantra, is a Buddhist book, not a Hindu book. It is neither Hindu nor Buddhist, a technique is just a technique. Buddha used it, but it was there already to be used. Buddha became a Buddha, an enlightened one, because of the technique. The technique preceded Buddha, the technique was already there. Try it. It is one of the most simple techniques, simple compared to other techniques. I am not saying simple for you. Other techniques will be more difficult. That is why it is mentioned as the first technique. The second technique, all these 9 techniques are concerned with breath. As breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize. It is the same, but with a slight difference. The emphasis is now not on the gap, but on the turning. The outgoing and ingoing breath make a circle. Remember, these are not 2 parallel lines. We always think of them as 2 parallel lines, breath going in and breath going out. Do you think that these are 2 parallel lines? They are not. Breath going in is half the circle, breath going out is the other half of the circle. So understand this. First, breathing in and out creates a circle. They are not parallel lines, because parallel lines never meet anywhere. Secondly, the breath coming in and the breath going out are not 2 breaths, they are 1 breath. The same breath which comes in, goes out, so it must have a turn inside. It must turn somewhere. There must be a point where the incoming breath becomes outgoing. Why put such emphasis upon turning? Because, Shiva says, as breath turns from down to up and again as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize. Very simple, but he says, realize the turns and you will realize the self. Why the turn? If you know driving, you know about gears. Each time you change the gear, you have to pass through the neutral gear, which is not a gear at all. From the first gear you move to the second or from the second to the third, but always you have to move through the neutral gear. That neutral gear is a turning point. In that turning point the first gear becomes the second and the second becomes the third. When your breath goes in and turns out, it passes through the neutral gear, otherwise it cannot turn out. It passes through the neutral territory. In that neutral territory you are neither a body nor a soul, neither physical nor mental, because the physical is a gear of your being and the mental is another gear of your being. You go on moving from gear to gear, but you must have a neutral gear where you are neither body nor mind. In that neutral gear you simply are, you are simply an existence, pure, simple, unembodied, with no mind. That is why there is the emphasis on the turn. Man is a machine, a large, very complicated machine. You have many gears in your body, many gears in your mind. You are not aware of your great mechanism, but you are a great machine. And it is good that you are not aware, otherwise you could go mad. The body is such a great machine that scientists say if we had to create a factory parallel to the human body, it would require 4 square miles of land, and the noise would be such that 100 square miles of land would be disturbed by it. The body is a great mechanical device, the greatest. You have millions and millions of cells and each cell is alive. So you are a big city of 70 million cells, there are 70 million citizens inside you, and the whole city is running very silently, smoothly. Every moment the mechanism is working. It is very complicated. These techniques will be related at many points with the mechanism of your body and the mechanism of your mind. But always the emphasis will be on those points where suddenly you are not part of the mechanism, remember this. Suddenly you are not part of the mechanism. There are moments when you change gears. For example, in the night when you drop into sleep you change gears, because during the day you need a different mechanism for awaking consciousness, a different part of the mind functions. Then you drop into sleep, and that part becomes non-functioning. Another part of the mind begins to function, and there is a gap, an interval, a turning. A gear is changed. In the morning when you are again getting up, the gear is changed. You are silently sitting, and suddenly someone says something and you get angry, you move into a different gear. That is why everything changes. If you get angry, your breathing will suddenly change. Your breathing will become irritated, chaotic. A trembling will get into your breathing, you will feel suffocated. Your whole body would like to do something, shatter something, only then can the suffocation disappear. Your breathing will change, your blood will take a different rhythm, a different movement. Different chemicals will have to be released in the body, the whole glandular system will have to change. You become a different man when you are angry. A car is standing, you start it. Do not put it in any gear, let it be in neutral. It will go on pulling, vibrating, trembling, but it cannot move, it will get hot. That is why, when you are angry and you cannot do something, you will get hot. The mechanism is ready to run and do something and you are not doing, you will get hot. You are a mechanism, but, of course, not only a mechanism. You are more, but the more has to be found. When you get into a gear, everything changes inside. When you change the gear, there is a turning. Shiva says, as breath turns from down to up, and again as breath curves from up to down, through both these turns, realize. Be aware at the turn. But it is a very short turn, very minute observation will be needed. And we are just without any observing capacity, we cannot observe anything. If I say to you, observe this flower which I give to you, you cannot observe it. For a single moment you will see it, and then you will begin to think of something else. It may be about the flower, but it will not be the flower. You may think about the flower, about how beautiful it is, then you have moved. Now the flower is no more in your observation, your field has changed. You may say that it is red, it is blue, it is white, then you have moved. Observation means remaining with no word, with no verbalization, with no bubbling inside, just remaining with. If you can remain with a flower for 3 minutes, completely, with no movement of the mind, the thing will happen, the beneficence. You will realize. But we are not at all observers. We are not aware, we are not alert, we cannot pay attention to anything. We just go on jumping. This is part of our heritage, our monkey heritage. Our mind is just the growth of the monkey mind, so the monkey moves on. He goes on jumping from here to there. The monkey cannot sit still. That is why Buddha insisted so much on just sitting without any movement, because then the monkey mind is not allowed to go on its way. In Japan they have a particular type of meditation which they call zazen. The word zazen in Japan means just sitting, doing nothing. No movement is allowed. One is just sitting like a statue, dead, not moving at all. But there is no need to sit like a statue for years together. If you can observe the turn of your breath without any movement of the mind, you will enter. You will enter into yourself or into the beyond within. Why are these turnings so important? They are important because on turning, the breath leaves you to move in a different direction. It was with you when it was coming in, it will be with you again when it goes out. But at the turning point it is not with you and you are not with it. In that moment the breath is different from you, and you are different from it. If breathing is life, then you are dead. If breathing is your body, then you are no body. If breathing is your mind, then you are no mind, in that moment. I wonder whether you have observed it or not. If you stop your breath, the mind stops suddenly. If you stop your breath just now, your mind will stop suddenly, the mind cannot function. A sudden stoppage of breath and the mind stops. Why? Because they are disjoined. Only a moving breath is joined with the mind, with the body, a non-moving breath is disjoined. Then you are in the neutral gear. The car is running, the power is on, the car is making a noise, it is ready to go forward, but it is not in gear, so the body of the car and the mechanism of the car are not joined. The car is divided into two. It is ready to move, but the moving mechanism is not joined with it. The same happens when breath takes a turn. You are not joined with it. In that moment you can easily become aware of who you are. What is this being? What is it to be? Who is inside this house of the body? Who is the master? Am I just the house, or is there some master also? Am I just the mechanism, or does something else also penetrate this mechanism? In that turning gap, Shiva says, realize. He says just be aware of the turning, and you become a realized soul. The third technique, or, whenever in-breath and out-breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. We are divided into the center and the periphery. The body is the periphery, we know the body, we know the periphery. We know the circumference, but we do not know where the center is. When the out-breath fuses with the in-breath, when they become one, when you cannot say whether it is the out-breath or the in-breath, when it is difficult to demarcate and define whether the breath is going out or coming in, when the breath has penetrated in and starts moving out, there is a moment of fusion. It is neither going out nor moving in. The breath is static. When it is moving out it is dynamic, when it is coming in it is dynamic. When it is neither, when it is silent, non-moving, you are near to the center. The fusion point of the in and outgoing breath is your center. Look at it in this way, when the breath goes in, where does it go? It goes to your center, it touches your center. When it goes out, from where does it go out? It moves from your center. Your center has to be touched. That is why Taoist mystics and Zen mystics say that the head is not the center, the navel is your center. The breath goes to the navel, then it moves out. It goes to the center. As I said, it is a bridge between you and your body. You know the body, but you do not know where your center is. The breath is constantly going to the center and moving out, but we are not taking enough breath. Thus, ordinarily it does not really go to the center, now, at least, it is not going to the center. That is why everyone feels off-center. In the whole modern world, those who can think at all feel they are missing their center. Look at a child sleeping, observe his breath. The breath goes in, the abdomen comes up. The chest remains unaffected. That is why children have no chests, only abdomens, very dynamic abdomens. The breath goes in and the abdomen comes up, the breath goes out and the abdomen goes down, the abdomen moves. Children are in their center, at their center. That is why they are so happy, so bliss-filled, so energy-filled, never tired, overflowing, and always in the present moment with no past, no future. A child can be angry. When he is angry, he is totally angry, he becomes the anger. Then his anger is also a beautiful thing. When one is totally angry, anger has a beauty of its own, because totality always has beauty. You cannot be angry and beautiful, you will become ugly, because partiality is always ugly. And not only with anger. When you love you are ugly because you are again partial, fragmentary, you are not total. Look at your face when you are loving someone, making love. Make love before a mirror and look at your face, it will be ugly, animal-like. In love also your face becomes ugly. Why? Love is also a conflict, you are withholding something. You are giving very miserly. Even in your love you are not total, you do not give completely, wholly. A child even in anger and violence is total. His face becomes radiant and beautiful, he is here and now. His anger is not something concerned with the past or something concerned with the future, he is not calculating, he is just angry. The child is at his center. When you are at your center you are always total. Whatsoever you do will be a total act, good or bad, it will be total. When you are fragmentary, when you are off-center, your every act is bound to be a fragment of yourself. Your totality is not responding, just a part, and the part is going against the whole, that creates ugliness. We all were children. Why is it that as we grow our breathing becomes shallow? It never goes to the abdomen, it never touches the navel. If it could go down more and more it would become less and less shallow, but it just touches the chest and goes out. It never goes to the center. You are afraid of the center, because if you go to the center you will become total. If you want to be fragmentary, this is the mechanism to be fragmentary. You love, if you breathe from the center, you will flow in it totally. You are afraid. You are afraid to be so vulnerable, so open to someone, to anyone. You may call him your lover, you may call her your beloved, but you are afraid. The other is there. If you are totally vulnerable, open, you do not know what is going to happen. Then you are completely, in another sense. You are afraid to be so completely given to someone. You cannot breathe, you cannot take a deep breath. You cannot relax your breathing so that it goes to the center, because the moment breathing goes to the center your act becomes total. Because you are afraid of being total, you breathe shallowly. You breathe just at the minimum, not at the maximum. That is why life seems so lifeless. If you are breathing at the minimum, life will become lifeless. You are living at the minimum, not at the maximum. You can live at the maximum, then life is an overflowing. But then there will be difficulty. You cannot be a husband, you cannot be a wife, if life is overflowing. Everything will become difficult. If life is overflowing, love will be overflowing. Then you cannot stick to one. Then you will be flowing all over, all dimensions will be filled by you. And then the mind feels danger, so it is better not to be alive. The more you are dead, the more you are secure. The more you are dead, the more everything is in control. You can control, then you remain the master. You feel that you are the master because you can control. You can control your anger, you can control your love, you can control everything. But this controlling is possible only at the minimum level of your energy. Everyone must have felt at some time or other that there are moments when he suddenly changes from the minimum level to the maximum. You go out to a hill station. Suddenly you are out of the city and the prison of it. You feel free. The sky is vast, and the forest is green, and the height touches the clouds. Suddenly you take a deep breath. You may not have observed it. Now if you go to a hill station, observe. It is not really the hill station that makes the change. It is your breathing. You take a deep breath. You say, ah, ah. You touch the center, you become total for a moment, and everything is bliss. That bliss is not coming from the hill station, that bliss is coming from your center, you have touched it suddenly. You were afraid in the city. Everywhere there were others present and you were controlling. You could not scream, you could not laugh. What a misfortune! You could not sing on the street and dance. You were afraid, a policeman was somewhere around the corner, or the priest or the judge or the politician or the moralist. Someone was just around the corner, so you could not just dance in the street. Bertrand Russell has said somewhere, I love civilization, but we have achieved civilization at a very great cost. You cannot dance in the streets, but you go to a hill station and suddenly you can dance. You are alone with the sky, and the sky is not an imprisonment. It is just opening, opening, and opening, vast, infinite. Suddenly you take a breath deeply, it touches the center and the bliss. But it is not so for long. Within an hour or two, the hill station will disappear. You may be there, but the hill station will disappear. Your worries will come back. You will begin to think to make a call to the city, to write a letter to your wife, or you will begin to think that since after 3 days you are going back you should make arrangements. You have just reached and you are making arrangements to leave. You are back. That breath was not from you really, it suddenly happened. Because of the change of situation the gear changed. You were in a new situation, you could not breathe in the old way, so for a moment a new breath came in. It touched the center, and you felt the bliss. Shiva says you are every moment touching the center, or if you are not touching you can touch it. Take deep, slow breaths. Touch the center, do not breathe from the chest, that is a trick. Civilization, education, morality, they have created shallow breathing. It will be good to go deep into the center, because otherwise you cannot take deep breaths. Unless humanity becomes non-suppressive towards sex, man cannot breathe really. If the breath goes deep down to the abdomen, it gives energy to the sex center. It touches the sex center, it massages the sex center from within. The sex center becomes more active, more alive. Civilization is afraid of sex. We do not allow our children to touch their sex centers, their sex organs. We say, stop. Don't touch. Look at a child when he first touches his sex center, and then say stop, and then observe his breathing. When you say stop, don't touch your sex center, the breath will become shallow immediately, because it is not only his hand which is touching the sex center, deep down the breath is touching it. And if the breath goes on touching it, it is difficult to stop the hand. If the hand stops, then basically it is necessary, required, that the breath should not touch, should not go deep. It must remain shallow. We are afraid of sex. The lower part of the body is not only lower physically, it has become lower as a value. It is condemned as lower. So do not go deep, just remain shallow. It is unfortunate that we can only breathe downwards. If some preachers were allowed, they would change the whole mechanism. They would only allow you to breathe upward into the head. Then you would absolutely not feel sex. If we are to create a sexless humanity, then we will have to change the breathing system. The breath must go into the head, to the Sahasrara, the seventh center in the head, then come back to the mouth. This should be the passage, from the mouth to the Sahasrara. It must not go deep down because down is dangerous. The deeper you go, the nearer you reach to the deeper layers of biology. You reach to the center, and that center is just near the sex center, just near. It has to be, because sex is life. Look at it in this way, breath is life from above downwards, sex is life from just the other corner, from down upwards. Sex energy is flowing and breath energy is flowing. The breath passage is in the upper body and the sex passage is in the lower body. When they meet they create life, when they meet they create biology, bioenergy. So if you are afraid of sex, create a distance between the two, do not allow them to meet. So really, civilized man is a castrated man, that is why we do not know about breath, and this sutra will be difficult to understand. Shiva says, whenever in-breath and out-breath fuse, at this instant touch the energy-less, energy-filled center. He uses very contradictory terms, energy-less, energy-filled. It is energy-less because your bodies, your minds, cannot give any energy to it. Your body energy is not there, your mind energy is not there, so it is energy-less as far as you know your identity. But it is energy-filled because it has the cosmic source of energy, not because of your body energy. Your body energy is just fuel energy. It is nothing but petrol. You eat something, you drink something, it creates energy. It is just giving fuel to the body. Stop eating and drinking and your body will fall dead. Not just now, it will take 3 months at least, because you have reservoirs of petrol. You have accumulated much energy, it can run for at least 3 months without going to any petrol station. It can run, it has a reservoir. For an emergency, any emergency, you may need it. This is fuel energy. The center is not getting any fuel energy. That is why Shiva says it is energyless. It is not dependent on your eating and drinking. It is connected with the cosmic source, it is cosmic energy. That is why he says energy-less, energy-filled center. The moment you can feel the center from where breath goes out or comes in, the very point where the breaths fuse, that center, if you become aware of it, then enlightenment. The fourth technique, or, when breath is all out, up, and stopped of itself, or all in, down, and stopped. In such universal pause, one small self vanishes. This is difficult only for the impure. But then it is difficult for everyone because, he says, this is difficult only for the impure. But who is the pure one? It is difficult for you, you cannot practice it. But you can feel it sometimes suddenly. You are driving a car and suddenly you feel there is going to be an accident. Breathing will stop. If it is out, it will remain out. If it is in, it will remain in. You cannot breathe in such an emergency, you cannot afford it. Everything stops, departs. Or, when breath is all out, up, and stopped of itself, or all in, down, and stopped, in such universal pause, one small self vanishes. Your small self is only a daily utility. In emergencies you cannot remember it. Who you are, the name, the bank balance, the prestige, everything, just evaporates. Your car is just heading toward another car, another moment and there will be death. In this moment there will be a pause. Even for the impure there will be a pause. Suddenly breathing stops. If you can be aware in that moment, you can reach the goal. Zen monks have tried this method very much in Japan. That is why their methods seem very weird, absurd, strange. They have done many inconceivable things. A master will throw someone out of the house. Suddenly the master will begin slapping the disciple without any rhyme or reason, without any cause. You were sitting with your master and everything was okay. You were just chit-chatting, and he will begin to beat you in order to create the pause. If there is any cause, the pause cannot be created. If you had abused the master and he starts beating you, there is a causality. Your mind understands, I abused him, and he is beating me. Really, your mind was expecting it already, so there is no gap. But remember, a Zen master will not beat you if you abuse him, he will laugh, because then laughter can create the pause. You were abusing him and you were saying nonsense things to him, and you expected anger. But he starts laughing or dancing. That is sudden, that will create the pause. You cannot understand it. If you cannot understand, the mind stops, and when the mind stops, breathing stops. Either way, if breathing stops, mind stops, if mind stops, breathing stops. You were appreciating the master and you were feeling good, and you were thinking, now the master must be pleased. And suddenly he takes his staff and begins to beat you, and mercilessly, because Zen masters are merciless. He begins to beat you, you cannot understand what is happening. The mind stops, there is a pause. If you know the technique, you can attain to yourself. There are many stories that someone attained Buddhahood because the teacher suddenly started beating him. You cannot understand it, what nonsense. How can one attain Buddhahood by being beaten by someone, or by being thrown out of the window by someone? Even if someone kills you, you cannot attain Buddhahood. But if you understand this technique, then it becomes easy to understand. In the West particularly, in the last 30 or 40 years Zen has become very much prevalent, a fashion. But unless they know this technique, they cannot understand Zen. They can imitate it, but imitation is of no use. Rather, it is dangerous. These are not things to be imitated. The whole Zen technique is based on the fourth technique of Shiva. But this is unfortunate. Now we will have to import Zen from Japan because we have lost the whole tradition, we do not know it. Shiva was the expert par excellence of this method. When he came to marry Devi with his Bharat, his procession, the whole city must have felt the pause, the whole city. Devi's father was not willing to marry his girl to this hippie, Shiva was the original hippie. Devi's father was totally against him, and no father would permit this marriage. So we cannot say anything against Devi's father. No father would permit his daughter's marriage to Shiva. But Devi insisted, so he had to agree, unwillingly, unhappily, but he agreed. Then came the marriage procession. It is said that people began to run, seeing Shiva and his procession. The whole Bharat must have taken LSD, marijuana. They were high. And really, LSD and marijuana are just the beginning. Shiva knew and his friends and disciples knew the ultimate psychedelic, Soma Rasa. Aldous Huxley has named the ultimate psychedelic Soma only because of Shiva. They were high, just dancing, screaming, laughing. The whole city fled. It must have felt the pause. Any sudden, unexpected, unbelievable thing can create the pause for the impure. But for the pure there is no need of such things. For the pure, the pause is always there. Many times, for pure minds, breathing stops. If your mind is pure, pure means you are not desiring, hankering, seeking anything, silently pure, innocently pure, you can be sitting and suddenly your breath will stop. Remember this, mind movement needs breath movement. Mind moving fast needs fast movement in breath. That is why when you are in anger, breath will move fast. In the sex act, the breath will move very fast. That is why in Ayurveda, a system of herbal medicine in India, it is said that your life will be shortened if too much sex is allowed. Your life will be shortened, according to Ayurveda, because Ayurveda measures your life in breaths. If your breathing is too fast, your life will be shortened. Modern medicine says that sex helps blood circulation, sex helps relaxation. And those who suppress their sex may get into trouble, particularly heart trouble. They are right and Ayurveda is also right, but they seem contradictory. But Ayurveda was invented 5,000 years before. Every man was doing much labor, life was labor, so there was no need to relax, there was no need to create artificial devices for blood circulation. But now, for those who are not doing much physical labor, sex is their only labor. That is why modern medicine is also right for modern man. He is not doing any physical exertion, so sex gives the exertion, the heart beats more, the blood circulates faster, the breathing becomes deep and goes to the center. So after the sex act you feel relaxed and you can fall into sleep easily. Freud says that sex is the best tranquilizer, and it is, at least for modern man. In sex breathing will become fast, in anger breathing will become fast. In sex the mind is filled with desire, lust, impurity. When the mind is pure, no desire in the mind, no seeking, no motivation, you are not going anywhere, but just remaining here and now as an innocent pool, not even a ripple, then breathing stops automatically. There is no need for it. On this path, the small self vanishes and you attain to the higher self, the Supreme Self. I think this will do for today. Chapter 4 The Deceptions of the Mind. Question 1 How is it possible that by simply becoming aware at a particular point in the breathing process one can attain enlightenment? How it is possible to become free from the unconscious by just being aware of such a small and momentary gap in the breathing? This question is significant, and this question is likely to have occurred to many minds, so many things have to be understood. First, it is thought that spirituality is a difficult attainment. It is neither, that is, it is neither difficult nor an attainment. Whatsoever you are already spiritual. Nothing new is to be added to your being, and nothing is to be discarded from your being, you are as perfect as possible. It is not that you are going to be perfect sometime in the future, it is not that you have to do something arduous to be yourself. It is not a journey to some other point somewhere else, you are not going somewhere else. You are already there. That which is to be attained is already attained. This idea must go deep, only then will you be able to understand why such simple techniques can help. If spirituality is some attainment, then of course it is going to be difficult, not only difficult, but really impossible. If you are not already spiritual, you cannot be, you never can be, because how can one who is not spiritual be spiritual? If you are not divine already, then there is no possibility, there is no way. And no matter what effort you will make, effort made by one who is not already divine cannot create divinity. If you are not divine, your effort cannot create divinity. then it is impossible. But the whole situation is totally opposite, you are already that which you want to attain. The end of longing is already there, present in you. Here and now, this very moment, you are that which is known as divine. The ultimate is here, it is already the case. That is why simple techniques can help. It is not an attainment, but a discovery. It is hidden, and it is hidden in very, very small things. The persona is just like clothes. Your body is here, hidden in clothes, in the same way your spirituality is here, hidden in certain clothes. These clothes are your personality. You can be naked just here and now, and in the same way you can be naked in your spirituality also. But you do not know what the clothes are. You do not know how you are hidden in them, you do not know how to be naked. You have been in clothes so long, for lives and lives you have been in clothes, and you have been so identified with the clothes, that now you do not think that these are clothes. You think these clothes are you. That is the only barrier. For example, you have some treasure, but you have forgotten or you have not yet recognized that this is a treasure, and you go on begging in the streets, you are a beggar. If someone says, "Go and look inside your house," you need not be a beggar, you can be an emperor this very moment. The beggar is bound to say, "What nonsense you are talking. How can I be an emperor this very moment? I have been begging for years and still I am a beggar, and even if I go on begging for lives together, I am not going to be an emperor." So how absurd and illogical your statement is, you can be an emperor this very moment. It is impossible. The beggar cannot believe it. Why? Because the begging mind is a long habit. But if the treasure is just hidden in the house, then from simple digging, removing the earth a little bit, the treasure will be there. And immediately he will not be a beggar again, he will become an emperor. It is the same with spirituality, it is a hidden treasure. Nothing is to be achieved somewhere in the future. You have not yet recognized it, but it is there already in you. You are the treasure, but you go on begging. So simple techniques can help. Digging the earth, removing a little bit, is not a big effort, and you can become an emperor immediately. You have to dig a little bit to remove the earth. And when I say remove the earth, it is not only symbolically that I am saying it. Literally your body is part of the earth, and you have become identified with the body. Remove this earth a little bit, create a hole in it, and you will come to know the treasure. That is why this question will occur to many. Really, to everyone this question will occur, so small a technique like this, being aware of your breathing, being aware of the incoming breath and the outgoing breath, and then realizing the interval between the two, is this enough? Such a simple thing. Is this enough for enlightenment? Is this the only difference between you and Buddha, that you have not realized the gap between two breaths and Buddha has realized it, only this much? It seems illogical. The distance is vast between a Buddha and you. The distance seems infinite. The distance between a beggar and an emperor is infinite, but the beggar can immediately become an emperor if the treasure is already hidden. Buddha was a beggar like you, he was not a Buddha always. At a particular point the beggar died, and he became the master. This is not a gradual process really, it is not that Buddha goes on accumulating and then one day he is not the beggar and he becomes the emperor. No, a beggar can never become an emperor if it is going to be an accumulation, he will remain a beggar. He may become a rich beggar, but he will remain a beggar. And a rich beggar is a bigger beggar than a poor beggar. Suddenly, one day Buddha realizes the inner treasure. Then he is no more a beggar, he becomes a master. The distance between Gautam Siddhartha and Gautam Buddha is infinite. It is the same distance that is between you and a Buddha. But the treasure is hidden within you as much as it was hidden in Buddha. Take another example. One man is born with blind eyes, diseased eyes. For a blind man, the world is a different thing. A small operation may change the whole thing, because only the eyes have to be made all right. The moment the eyes are ready, the seer is hidden behind and he will begin to look from the eyes. The seer is already there, only windows are lacking. You are in a house with no windows. You can break a hole in the wall, and suddenly you will look out. We are already that which we will be, which we should be, which we are to be. The future is already hidden in the present, the whole possibility is here in the seed. Only a window has to be broken, only a small surgical operation is needed. If you can understand this, that spirituality is already there, already the case, then there is no problem concerning how such a small effort can help. Really, no big effort is needed. Only small efforts are needed, and the smaller the better. And if you work effortlessly it is still better. That is why it happens, many times it happens, that the more you try, the harder it is to attain. Your very effort, your tension, your occupiedness, your longing, your expectation, becomes the barrier. But with a very small effort, an effortless effort as they call it in Zen, doing as if not doing, it happens easily. The more you are mad after it, the less is the possibility, because where a needle is needed you are using a sword. The sword will not be helpful. It may be bigger, but where a needle is needed a sword will not do. Go to a butcher, he has very big instruments. And go to a brain surgeon, you will not find such big instruments with the brain surgeon. And if you do find them, then escape immediately. A brain surgeon is not a butcher. He needs very small instruments, the smaller the better. Spiritual techniques are more subtle, they are not gross. They cannot be, because the surgery is even more subtle. In the brain the surgeon is still doing something with gross matter, but when you are working on spiritual planes the surgery becomes more and more aesthetic. No gross matter is there. It becomes subtle, that is one thing. Secondly, the questioner asks, if something is smaller, how can a bigger step be possible through it? This concept is irrational, unscientific. Now science knows that the smaller the particle, the more atomic, the more explosive, the bigger really. The smaller it is, the bigger the effect. Could you have conceived before 1945, could any imaginative poet or dreamer have conceived that two atomic explosions would wipe out completely two big cities in Japan, Hiroshima and Nagasaki? 200,000 people were simply wiped out of existence within seconds. And what was the explosive force used? An atom. The very smallest particle blew up two big cities. You cannot see the atom. Not only with your eyes can you not see, you cannot see by any means. The atom cannot be seen with any instrument, we can only see the effects. So do not think that the Himalayas are bigger because they have such a big body. The Himalayas are just impotent before an atomic explosion. One small atom can wipe out the whole Himalayas. Size in gross material is not necessarily power. On the contrary, the smaller the unit, the more penetrating. The smaller the unit, the more intensely it is filled with power. These small techniques are atomic. Those who are doing bigger things do not know atomic science. You will think that a person who is working with atoms is a small person working with small things, and a person who is working with the Himalayas will look very big. Hitler was working with great masses, Mao is working with great masses. And Einstein and Planck, they were working in their laboratories with small units of matter, energy particles. But ultimately, before Einstein's research politicians were just impotent. They were working on a bigger canvas, but they did not know the secret of the small unit. Moralists always work on big planes, but these are gross. The thing looks very big. They devote their whole lives to moralizing, practicing this and that, to sanyam, control. They go on controlling, the whole edifice looks very big. Tantra is not concerned with this. Tantra is concerned with the atomic secrets in the human being, in the human mind, in human consciousness. And Tantra has achieved atomic secrets. These methods are atomic methods. If you can attain them, their result is explosive, cosmic. Another point is to be noted. If you can say, how is it that with such a small, simple exercise one can become enlightened? You are saying this without doing the exercise. If you do it, then you will not say that this is a small, simple exercise. It looks this way because within 2 or 3 sentences the whole exercise has been given. Do you know the atomic formula? 2 or 3 words, and the whole formula is given. And with those 2 or 3 words, those who can understand, those who can use those words, can destroy the whole earth. The formula is very small. These 2 are formulas, so if you just look at the formula it will look to be a very, very small, simple thing. It is not. Try to do it. When you do it, then you will know that it is not so easy. It looks simple, but it is one of the deepest things. We will analyze the process, then you will understand. When you take your breath in, you never feel the breath. You have never felt the breath. You will immediately deny this. You will say, this is not right. We may not be conscious continuously, but we feel the breath. No, you do not feel the breath, you feel the passage. Look at the sea. Waves are there, you see the waves. But those waves are created by air, wind. You do not see the wind, you see the effect on the water. When you take breath in it touches your nostril. You feel the nostril, but you never know the breath. It goes down, you feel the passage. It comes back, again you feel the passage. You never feel the breath, you just feel the touch and the passage. This is not what is meant when Shiva says, be aware. First you will become aware of the passage, and when you have become completely aware of the passage, only then will you begin, by and by, to be aware of the breath itself. And when you become aware of the breath, then you will be capable of being aware of the gap, the interval. It is not so easy as it looks. For Tantra, for all seeking, there are layers of awareness. If I embrace you, first you will become aware of my touch upon your body, not of my love is not so gross. And ordinarily we never become aware of love. We are aware only of the body in movement. We know loving movements, we know non-loving movements, but we have never known love itself. If I kiss you, you become aware of the touch, not of my love, that love is a very subtle thing. And unless you become aware of my love the kiss is just dead, it means nothing. If you can become aware of my love, then only can you become aware of me, because that again is a deeper layer. The breath goes in. You feel the touch, not the breath. But you are not even aware of that touch. If something is wrong, only then do you feel it. If you have some difficulty in breathing, then you feel it, otherwise you are not aware. The first step will be to be aware of the passage where breath is felt to be touching, then your sensitivity will grow. It will take years to become so sensitive that not the touch, but the movement of breath is known. Then, says Tantra, you will have known prana, the vitality. And only then is there the gap where breath stops, where breath is not moving, or the center where the breath is touching, or the fusion point, or the turning where the breath, the ingoing breath, becomes outgoing. This will become arduous, then it will not be so simple. If you do something, if you go into the center, only then will you know how difficult it is. Buddha took 6 years to come to the center beyond the breath. To come to this turning, he had a long, arduous journey of 6 years, then it happened. Mahavir was working on it for 12 years, then it happened. But the formula is simple, and theoretically this can happen this very moment, theoretically, remember. There is no barrier theoretically, so why should it not happen this very moment? You are the barrier. Except for you this can happen this very moment. The treasure is there, the method is known to you. You can dig, but you will not dig. Even this question is a trick not to dig, because your mind says, such a simple thing? Don't be a fool. How can you become a Buddha through such a simple thing? It is not going to be. And then you are not going to do anything, because how can this happen? Mind is tricky. If I say this is very difficult, the mind says, this is so difficult it is beyond you. If I say this is very simple, the mind says, this is so simple that only fools can believe in it. And mind goes on rationalizing things, always escaping from doing. Mind creates barriers. It will become a barrier if you think this is so simple, or this is too difficult. Then what are you going to do? You cannot do a simple thing, you cannot do a difficult thing. What are you going to do? Tell me. If you want to do a difficult thing, I will make it difficult. If you are going to do a simple thing, I will make it simple. It is both, it depends on how it is interpreted. But one thing is needed, that you are going to do. If you are not going to do, then the mind will always give you explanations. Theoretically, it is possible here and now, there is no actual barrier. But there are barriers. They may not be actual, they may simply be psychological, they may just be your illusions, but they are there. If I say to you, do not be afraid, go. The thing that you are thinking is a snake is not a snake, it is just a rope, still the fear will be there. To you it appears to be a snake. So whatsoever I say is not going to help. You are trembling, you want to escape and run away. I say it is just a rope, but your mind will say, this man may be in conspiracy with the snake. There must be something wrong. This man is forcing me toward the snake. He may be interested in my death, or something else. If I try to convince you too much that this is a rope, that will only show that I am somehow interested in forcing you toward the snake. If I say to you that theoretically it is possible to see the rope as a rope this very moment, your mind will create many, many problems. In reality there is no dilemma, in reality there is no problem. There never has been, there never will be. In mind there are problems, and you look at reality through the mind, thus, the reality becomes problematic. Your mind works like a prison. It divides and creates problems. And not only that, it creates solutions which become deeper problems, because in fact there are no problems to be solved. Reality is absolutely unproblematic, there is no problem. But you cannot see anything without problems. Wherever you look, you create problems. Your look is problematic. I told you this breath technique, now the mind says, this is so simple. Why? Why does the mind say this is so simple? When for the first time the steam engine was invented, no one believed it. It looked so simple, unbelievable. Just the same steam that you know in your kitchen, in your kettle, the steam running an engine, running hundreds and hundreds of passengers and such a load. The same steam that you are so well acquainted with? This is not believable. Do you know what happened in England? When the first train started, no one was ready to sit in it, no one. Many people were persuaded, bribed, they were given money to sit in the train, but at the last point they escaped. They said, firstly, steam cannot do such miracles. Such a simple thing as steam cannot do such miracles. And if the engine starts, that means that the devil is at work somewhere. The devil is running the thing, it is not the steam. And what is the guarantee that once the thing starts you will be capable of stopping it? No guarantee could be given because this was the first train. Never had it stopped before, it was only probable. There was no experience, so science could not say, yes it will stop. Theoretically it will stop, but the people were not interested in theories. They were interested if there was any actual experience of stopping a train. If it never stops, then what will happen to us who will be sitting in it? So 12 criminals from the jail were brought as passengers. Anyhow they were going to die, anyhow they were sentenced to death, so there was no problem if the train was not going to stop. Then the mad driver who thought that it was going to stop, the scientist who had invented it, and these 12 passengers who were anyhow going to be killed, they alone would all be killed. Such a simple thing as steam, they said at that time. But now no one says this, because now it is working and you know it. Everything is simple, reality is simple. It seems complex only because of ignorance, otherwise everything is simple. Once you know it, it becomes simple. The knowing is bound to be difficult not because of reality, remember, but because of your mind. This technique is simple, but it is not going to be simple for you. Your mind will create difficulty. So try with it. Another friend says, if I try this method of being aware of my breathing, if I pay attention to my breathing, then I cannot do anything else, the whole attention goes to it. And if I am to do anything else, then I cannot be aware of my breathing. This will happen, so in the beginning choose a particular period in the morning, or in the evening, or at any time. For 1 hour just do the exercise, do not do anything else. Just do the exercise. Once you become attuned to it, then it will not be a problem. You can walk on the street and you can be aware. Between awareness and attention there is a difference. When you pay attention to anything, it is exclusive, you have to withdraw your attention from everywhere else. So it is attention really. That is why it is called attention. You pay attention to one thing at the cost of everything else. If you pay attention to your breathing, you cannot pay attention to your walking or to your driving. Do not try it while you are driving because you cannot pay attention to both. Attention means one thing exclusively. Awareness is a very different thing, it is not exclusive. It is not paying attention, it is being attentive, it is just being conscious. You are conscious when you are inclusively conscious. Your breathing is in your consciousness. You are walking and someone is passing, and you are also conscious of him. Someone is making noise on the road, some train passes by, some airplane flies by, everything is included. Awareness is inclusive, attention exclusive. But in the beginning it will be attention. So first try in selected periods. For 1 hour just be attentive to your breathing. By and by you will be able to change your attention into awareness. Then do simple things, for example, walking, walk attentively with full awareness of walking and also of breathing. Do not create any opposition between the two actions of walking and breathing. Be a watcher of both. It is not difficult. Look. For example, I can pay attention to one face here. If I pay attention to one face, all the faces will not be here for me. If I pay my attention to one face, then all the rest are bracketed out. If I pay attention only to the nose on that face, then the whole face, the remaining face, is bracketed out. I can go on narrowing down my attention to a single point. The reverse is also possible. I pay attention to the whole face, then eyes and nose and everything are there. Then I have made my focus wider. I look at you not as individuals, but as a group. Then the whole group is in my attention. If I take you as different from the noise that is going on the street, then I am bracketing out the street. But I can look at you and the street as one whole. Then I can be aware of both you and the street. I can be aware of the whole cosmos. It depends on your focus, on its becoming greater and greater. But first start from attention and remember that you have to grow into awareness. So choose a small period. The morning is good because you are fresh, energies are vital, everything is rising, you are more alive in the morning. Physiologists say that not only are you more alive, but your height is a little more in the morning than in the evening. If you are 6 feet tall, then in the morning you are 6 feet and 1/2 inch and in the evening you go back to 6 feet. Half an inch is lost because your spine settles down when it is tired. So in the morning you are fresh, young, alive with energy. Do this, do not make meditation the last thing on your schedule. Make it the first. Then when you feel that now it is not an effort, when you can sit for an hour together completely immersed in breathing, aware, attentive, when you only know this, that you have achieved attention of breathing without any effort, when you are relaxed and enjoying it without any forcing, then you have attained it. Then add something else, for example, walking. Remember both, then go on adding things. After a certain period you will be capable of being aware of your breath continuously, even in sleep. And unless you are aware even in sleep you will not be able to know the depth. But this comes, by and by this comes. One has to be patient and one has to start rightly. Know this, because the cunning mind will always try to give you a wrong start. Then you can leave it after 2 or 3 days and say, this is hopeless. The mind will give you a wrong start. So always remember to begin rightly, because rightly begun means half done. But we start wrongly. You know very well that attention is a difficult thing. This is because you are totally asleep. So if you start being attentive to breathing while you are doing something else, you cannot do it. And you are not going to leave the task, you will leave the effort of being attentive to breathing. So do not create unnecessary problems for yourself. In 24 hours you can find a small corner. 40 minutes will do, so do the technique there. But the mind will give many excuses. The mind will say, where is the time? There is already too much work to be done. Where is the time? Or the mind will say, it is not possible now, so postpone it. Sometime in the future when things are better, then you will do it. Beware of what your mind says to you. Do not be too trusting of the mind. And we are never doubtful. We can doubt everyone but we never doubt our own minds. Even those who talk so much of skepticism, of doubt, of reason, even they never doubt their own minds. And your mind has brought you to the state you are in. If you are in a hell, your mind has brought you to this hell, and you never doubt this guide. You can doubt any teacher, any master, but you never doubt your mind. With unflinching faith, you move with your mind as the guru. And your mind has brought you to the mess, to the misery that you are. If you are going to doubt anything, doubt first your own mind. And whenever your mind says something, think twice. Is it true that you do not have any time? Really? You do not have any time to meditate, to give 1 hour to meditation? Think twice. Ask again and again to the mind, is this the case, that I do not have any time? I don't see it. I have not seen a man who does not have more than enough time. I go on seeing people who are playing cards, and they say, we are killing time. They are going to the movies and they say, what to do? They are killing time, gossiping, reading the same newspaper again and again, talking about the same things they have been talking about for their whole lives, and they say, we don't have any time. For unnecessary things they have enough time. Why? With an unnecessary thing mind is not in any danger. The moment you think of meditation, mind becomes alert. Now you are moving in a dangerous dimension, because meditation means the death of the mind. If you move into meditation, sooner or later your mind will have to dissolve, retire completely. The mind becomes alert and it begins to say many things to you, where is the time? And even if there is time, then more important things are to be done. First postpone it until later. You can meditate at any time. Money is more important. Gather money first, then meditate at your leisure. How can you meditate without money? So pay attention to money, then meditate later on. Meditation can be postponed easily, you feel, because it is not concerned with your immediate survival. Bread cannot be postponed, you will die. Money cannot be postponed, it is needed for your basic necessities. Meditation can be postponed, you can survive without it. Really, you can survive without it easily. The moment you go deep in meditation, you will not survive on this earth at least, you will disappear. From the circle of this life, you will disappear. Meditation is like death, so the mind becomes afraid. Meditation is like love, so the mind becomes afraid. Postpone, it says, and you can go on postponing ad infinitum. Your mind is always saying things like this. And do not think I am talking about others. I am talking particularly about you. I have come across many intelligent people who go on saying very unintelligent things about meditation. One man came from Delhi, he is a big government official. He came only for the purpose of learning meditation here. He had come from Delhi, and he stayed 7 days here. I told him to go to the morning meditation class on Chowpatty Beach in Bombay, but he said, "But that is difficult. I cannot get up so early." And he will never think over what his mind has told him. Is this so difficult? Now you will know, the exercise can be simple, but your mind is not so simple. The mind says, "How can I get up in the morning at 6 o'clock? I was in a big city, and the collector of that city came to meet me at 11 o'clock at night. I was just going to my bed, and he came and said, 'No. It is urgent. I am very disturbed. It is a question of life and death,' he told me. So please give me at least half an hour. Teach me meditation, otherwise I might commit suicide. I am very much disturbed, and I am so frustrated that something must happen in my inner world. My outer world is lost completely." I told him, "Come in the morning at 5 o'clock. He said, "That is not possible. It is a question of life and death," but he cannot get up at 5 o'clock. He said, "That is not possible. I never get up so early." "Okay," I told him, "then come at 10. He said, "That will also be difficult because by 10:30 I am to be present at my office." He cannot take 1 day's leave, and it is a question of life and death. So I told him, "Is it a question of your life and death or my life and death?" "Whose?" And he was not an unintelligent man, he was intelligent enough. These tricks were very intelligent. So do not think that your mind is not playing the same tricks. It is very intelligent, and because you think it is your mind you never doubt it. It is not yours, it is just a social product. It is not yours. It has been given to you, it has been forced upon you. You have been taught and conditioned in a certain way. From the very childhood your mind has been created by others, parents, society, teachers. The past is creating your mind, influencing your mind. The dead past is forcing itself upon the living continuously. The teachers are just the agents of the dead against the living. They go on forcing things upon your mind. But the mind is so intimate with you, the gap is so small, that you become identified with it. You say, "I am a Hindu." Think again, reconsider it. You are not a Hindu. You have been given a Hindu mind. You were born just a simple, innocent being, not a Hindu, not a Mohammedan. But you were given a Mohammedan mind, a Hindu mind. You were forced, encaged, imprisoned in a particular condition, and then life goes on adding to this mind and this mind becomes heavy, heavy on you. You cannot do anything, the mind starts forcing its own way upon you. Your experiences are being added to the mind. Constantly, your past is conditioning your every present moment. If I say something to you, you are not going to think about it in a fresh way, in an open way. Your old mind, your past will come in between, will begin to talk and chatter for or against. Remember, your mind is not yours, your body is not yours, it comes from your parents. Your mind is also not yours, it also comes from your parents. Who are you? Either one is identified with the body or with the mind. You think you are young, you think you are old, you think you are a Hindu, you think you are a Jain, you are a Parsi. You are not. You were born as a pure consciousness. These are all imprisonments. These techniques which look so simple to you will not be so simple, because this mind will create constantly many, many complexities and problems. Just a few days before, a man came to me and he said, "I am trying your method of meditation, but tell me, in what scripture is it given? If you can convince me that it is given in my religious scripture, then it will be easier for me to do." But why will it be easier for him to do if it is written in a scripture? Because then the mind will not create a problem. The mind will say, "Okay. This belongs to us, so do it." If it is not written in any scripture, then the mind will say, "What are you doing?" The mind goes against it. I said to the man, "You have been doing this method for 3 months. How are you feeling?" He said, "Wonderful. I am feeling very wonderful. But tell me, give some authority from the scriptures." His own feeling is not an authority at all. He says, "I am feeling wonderful. I have become more silent, more peaceful, more loving. I am feeling wonderful." But his own experience is not the authority. The mind asks for an authority from the past. I told him, "It is not written anywhere in your scriptures. Rather, many things which are against this technique are written." His face became sad. And then he said, "Then it will be difficult for me to do it and to continue it." Why is his own experience not of any value? The past, the conditioning, the mind, is constantly molding you and destroying your present. So remember, and be aware. Be skeptical and doubting about your mind. Do not trust it. If you can attain to this maturity of not trusting your mind, only then will these techniques be really simple, helpful, functioning. They will work miracles, they can work miracles. These techniques, these methods cannot be understood intellectually at all. I am trying the impossible, but then why am I trying? If they cannot be understood intellectually, then why am I talking to you? They cannot be understood intellectually, but there is no other way to make you aware of certain techniques which can change your life totally. You can understand only intellect, and this is a problem. You cannot understand anything else, you can understand only the intellect. And these techniques cannot be understood intellectually, so how to communicate? Either you should become capable of understanding without intellect being brought in, or some method should be found so that these techniques can be made intellectually understandable. The second is not possible, but the first is possible. You will have to start intellectually, but do not cling to it. When I say do, try doing. If something begins to happen within you, then you will be capable of throwing your intellect aside and reaching toward me directly without the intellect, without any effort, without the meditator. But start doing something. We can go on talking for years and years, your mind can be stuffed with many things, but that is not going to help. Rather, it may harm you because you will begin to know many things. And if you know many things you will become confused. It is not good to know many things. It is good to know a little and to practice it. A single technique can be helpful, something done is always helpful. What is the difficulty in doing it? Deep down somewhere there is fear. The fear is that if you do it, it may be that something stops happening, that is the fear. It may look paradoxical, but I have been meeting so many persons, who think they want to change. They say they need meditation, they ask for a deep transformation, but deep down they are also afraid. They are double, they have two minds. They go on asking about what to do, never doing it. Why then do they go on asking? Just to deceive themselves that they are really interested in transforming themselves. That is why they are asking. This gives a facade, an appearance that they are really, sincerely interested in changing themselves. That is why they are asking, going to this guru and that, finding, trying, but they never do anything. Deep down they are afraid. Erich Fromm has written a book, Fear of Freedom. The title seems contradictory. Everyone thinks that they like freedom, everyone thinks that they are endeavoring for freedom, in this world and in that world also. We want moksha, liberation, we want to be freed from all limitations, from all slaveries. We want to be totally free, they say. But Erich Fromm says that man is afraid of freedom. We want it, we go on saying that we want it, we go on convincing ourselves that we want it, but deep down we are afraid of freedom. We do not want it. Why? Why this duality? Freedom creates fear, and meditation is the deepest freedom possible. You are not freed only from outward limitations, you are freed from inner slavery, the very mind, the base of slavery. You are freed from the whole past. The moment you have no mind, the past has disappeared. You have transcended history, now there is no society, no religion, no scripture, no tradition, because they all have their abode in the mind. Now there is no past, no future, because past and future are part of the mind, the memory and the imagination. Then you are here and now in the present. Now there is not going to be any future. There will be now and now and now, eternal now. Then you are freed completely, you transcend all tradition, all history, body, mind, everything. One becomes free of the fearful. Such freedom. Then where will you be? In such freedom, can you exist? In such freedom, in such vastness, can you have your small I, your ego? Can you say I am? You can say, I am in bondage, because you can know your boundary. When there is no bondage there is no boundary. You become just a state, nothing more, absolute nothingness, emptiness. That creates fear, so one goes on talking about meditation, about how to do it, and one goes on without doing it. All the questions arise out of this fear. Feel this fear. If you know it, it will disappear. If you do not know it, it will continue. Are you ready to die in the spiritual sense? Are you ready to be not? Whenever anyone came to Buddha he would say, this is the basic truth, that you are not. And because you are not you cannot die, you cannot be born, and because you are not you cannot be in suffering, in bondage. Are you ready to accept this? Buddha would ask, are you ready to accept this? If you are not ready to accept this, then do not try meditation now. First try to find out whether you really are or you are not. Meditate on this first, is there any self? Is there any substance within or are you just a combination? If you manage to find out, you will find that your body is a combination. Something has come from your mother, something has come from your father, and all else has come from food. This is your body. In this body you are not, there is no self. Contemplate on the mind, something has come from here, something from there. Mind has nothing that is original. It is just accumulation. Find out if there is any self in the mind. If you move deep, you will find that your identity is just like an onion. You peel off one layer and another layer comes up, you peel off another layer and still another layer comes up. You go on peeling layers off, and ultimately you come to a nothingness. With all the layers thrown off, there is nothing inside. Body and mind are like onions. When you have peeled off both body and mind, then you come to encounter a nothingness, an abyss, a bottomless void. Buddha called it shunya. To encounter this shunya, to encounter this void, creates fear. That fear is there. That is why we never do meditation. We talk about it, but we never do anything about it. That fear is there. You know deep down that there is a void, but you cannot escape this fear. Whatsoever you do, the fear will remain unless you encounter it. That is the only way. Once you encounter your nothingness, once you know that within you are just like a space, shunya, then there will be no fear. Then there cannot be any fear, because this shunya, this void, cannot be destroyed. This void is not going to die. That which was going to die is no more, it was nothing but the layers of an onion. That is why many times in deep meditation, when one comes nearer to this nothingness, one becomes afraid and starts trembling. One feels that one is going to die, one wants to escape from this nothingness back to the world. And many go back, then they never turn within again. As I see it, every one of you have tried in some life or other some meditative technique. You have been near to the nothingness, and then fear gripped you and you escaped. And deep in your past memories, that memory is there, that becomes the hindrance. Whenever you again think of trying meditation, that past memory deep down in your unconscious mind again disturbs you and says, go on thinking, do not do it. You have done it once. It is difficult to find a man, and I have looked into many, who has not tried meditation once or twice in some life. The memory is there, but you are not conscious of it, you are not aware of where the memory is. It is there. Whenever you begin to do something that becomes a barrier, this and that begin to stop you in many ways. So if you are really interested in meditation, find out about your own fear of it. Be sincere about it. Are you afraid? If you are afraid, then first something has to be done about your fear, not about meditation. Buddha used to try many devices. Sometimes someone would say to him, "I am afraid of trying meditation." And this is a must, the master must be told that you are afraid. You cannot deceive the master, and there is no need, it is deceiving yourself. So whenever someone would say, "I am afraid of meditation," Buddha would say, "You are fulfilling the first requirement." If you say yourself that you are afraid of meditation, then something becomes possible. Then something can be done because you have uncovered a deep thing. So what is the fear? Meditate on it. Go and dig out where it comes from, what the source is. All fear is basically death-oriented. Whatsoever its form, mode, whatsoever its shape, name, all fear is death-oriented. If you move deep, you will find that you are afraid of death. If someone came to Buddha and said, "I am afraid of death, I have found this out," Buddha would say, "Then go to the burning god, go to the cemetery, and meditate on a funeral pyre. People are dying daily, they will be burned. Just remain there at the margat, cemetery, and meditate on the burning pyre. When their family members have gone, you remain there. Just look into the fire, at the burning body. When everything is becoming smoke, you just look at it deeply. Do not think, just meditate on it for 3 months, 6 months, 9 months. When it becomes a certainty to you that death cannot be escaped, when it becomes absolutely certain that death is the way of life, that death is implied in life, that death is going to be, that there is no way out and you are already in it, only then come to me." After meditating on death, after seeing every day, night and day, dead bodies being burned, dissolved into ashes, just a smoke remains and then disappears, after meditating for months together, a certainty will arise, the certainty that death is inevitable. It is the only certainty really. The only thing certain in life is death. Everything else is uncertain, it may be or it may not be. But you cannot say that it may be or it may not be for death. It is going to be. It has already occurred. The moment you entered life, you entered death. Now nothing can be done about it. When death is certain, there is no fear. Fear is always with things which can be changed. If death is to be, fear disappears. If you can change, if you can do something about death, then fear will remain. If nothing can be done, if you are already in it, then it is absolutely certain that fear will disappear. When fear of death had disappeared, Buddha would allow you to meditate. He would say, "Now you can meditate." So you also go deep into your mind. And listening to these techniques will be helpful only when your inner barriers are broken, when inner fears disappear and you are certain that death is the reality. So if you die in meditation, there is no fear, death is certain. Even if death occurs in meditation, there is no fear. Only then can you move, and then you can move at rocket speed because the barriers are not there. It is not distance that takes time, but the barriers. You can move this very moment if there is no barrier. You are already there but for the barrier. It is a hurdle race, and you go on putting up more and more hurdles. You feel good when you cross a hurdle, you feel good that now you have crossed the hurdle. And the idiocy of it, the foolishness of it, is that the hurdle was placed there by you in the first place. It was never there. You go on putting up hurdles, then jumping over them, then feeling good, then you go on putting up more hurdles, then jumping. You move in a circle and never reach to the center. Mind creates hurdles because mind is afraid. It will give you many explanations as to why you are not doing meditation. Do not believe it. Go deep, find out the basic cause. Why does a person go on talking about food and yet never eat? What is the problem? The man seems mad. Another man goes on talking about love and never loves, another man goes on talking about something else and never does anything about it. This talking becomes obsessive, it becomes a compulsion. One goes on, one sees talking as a doing. By talking you feel that you are doing something, so you feel at ease. You are doing something, at least talking, at least reading, at least listening. This is not doing. This is deceptive, do not fall into the deception. I will be talking here about these 112 methods not to feed your mind, not to make you more knowledgeable, not to make you more informed. I am not trying to make you a pundit. I am talking here in order to give you a certain technique which can change your life. So whichever method appeals to you, do not start talking about it, do it. Be silent about it and do it. Your mind will raise many questions. Just inquire deeply first before asking me. Inquire deeply first whether those questions are really significant or if your mind is just deceiving you. Do, then ask. Then your questions become practical. And I know which question has been asked through doing and which question has been asked just through curiosity, just through intellect. So by and by I will not answer your intellectual questions at all. Do something, then your questions become significant. These questions which say, this exercise is a very simple one, are not asked after doing. This is not so simple. In the end I must repeat again, you are already the truth. Only a certain awakening is needed. You are not to go anywhere else. You are to go into yourself, and the going is possible this very moment. If you can put aside your mind, you enter here and now. These techniques are for putting your mind aside. These techniques are not really for meditation, they are for putting the mind aside. Once the mind is not there, you are. I think this is enough for today, or even more than enough. Chapter 5 5 Techniques of Attentiveness 5. Attention between eyebrows, let mind be before thought. Let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head and there shower as light. 6 When in worldly activity, keep attention between two breaths, and so practicing, in a few days be born anew. 7 With intangible breath in center of forehead, as this reaches heart at the moment of sleep, have direction over dreams and over death itself. 8 With utmost devotion, center on the two junctions of breath and know the knower. 9 Lie down as dead. Enraged in wrath, stay so. Or stare without moving an eyelash. Or suck something and become the sucking. When one of the great Greek philosophers, Pythagoras, reached Egypt to enter a school, a secret esoteric school of mysticism, he was refused. And Pythagoras was one of the best minds ever produced. He could not understand it. He applied again and again, but he was told that unless he goes through a particular training of fasting and breathing he cannot be allowed to enter the school. Pythagoras is reported to have said, I have come for knowledge, not for any sort of discipline. But the school authorities said, we cannot give you knowledge unless you are different. And really, we are not interested in knowledge at all, we are interested in actual experience. No knowledge is knowledge unless it is lived and experienced. So you will have to go on a 40-day fast, continuously breathing in a certain manner, with a certain awareness on certain points. There was no other way, so Pythagoras had to pass through this training. After 40 days of fasting and breathing, aware, attentive, he was allowed to enter the school. It is said that Pythagoras said, you are not allowing Pythagoras in. I am a different man, I am reborn. You were right and I was wrong, because then my whole standpoint was intellectual. Through this purification, my center of being has changed. From the intellect it has come down to the heart. Now I can feel things. Before this training I could only understand through the intellect, through the head. Now I can feel. Now truth is not a concept to me, but a life. It is not going to be a philosophy, but rather, an experience, existential. What was that training he went through? This fifth technique was the technique that was given to Pythagoras. It was given in Egypt, but the technique is Indian. The fifth technique, attention between eyebrows, let mind be before thought. Let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head and there shower as light. This was the technique given to Pythagoras. Pythagoras went with this technique to Greece, and really, he became the fountainhead, the source of all mysticism in the West. He is the father of all mysticism in the West. This technique is one of the very deep methods. Try to understand this, attention between the eyebrows. Modern physiology, scientific research, says that between the two eyebrows is the gland which is the most mysterious part of the body. This gland, called the pineal gland, is the third eye of the Tibetans, Shivanatra, the eye of the Shiva, of the Tantra. Between the two eyes there exists a third eye, but it is non-functioning. It is there, it can function any moment, but it does not function naturally. You have to do something about it to open it. It is not blind, it is simply closed. This technique is to open the third eye. Attention between the eyebrows. Close your eyes, then focus both of your eyes just in the middle of the two eyebrows. Focus just in the middle, with closed eyes, as if you are looking with your two eyes. Give total attention to it. This is one of the simplest methods of being attentive. You cannot be attentive to any other part of the body so easily. This gland absorbs attention like anything. If you give attention to it, both your eyes become hypnotized with the third eye. They become fixed, they cannot move. If you are trying to be attentive to any other part of the body, it is difficult. This third eye catches attention, forces attention, it is magnetic for attention. So all the methods all over the world have used it. It is the simplest to train you in attention because not only are you trying to be attentive, the gland itself helps you, it is magnetic. Your attention is brought to it forcibly. It is absorbed. It is said in the old Tantra scriptures that for the third eye attention is food. It is hungry, it has been hungry for lives and lives. If you pay attention to it, it becomes alive. It becomes alive. The food is given to it. And once you know that attention is food, once you feel that your attention is magnetically drawn, attracted, pulled by the gland itself, attention is not a difficult thing then. One has only to know the right point. So just close your eyes, let your two eyes move just to the middle, and feel the point. When you are near the point, suddenly your eyes will become fixed. When it becomes difficult to move them, then know you have caught the right point. Attention between the eyebrows, let mind be before thought. If this attention is there, for the first time you will come to experience a strange phenomenon. For the first time you will see thoughts running before you, you will become the witness. It is just like a film screen, thoughts are running and you are a witness. Once your attention is focused at the third eye center, you become immediately the witness of thoughts. Ordinarily you are not the witness, you are identified with thoughts. If anger is there, you become anger. If a thought moves, you are not the witness, you become one with the thought, identified, and you move with it. You become the thought, you take the form of the thought. When sex is there you become sex, when anger is there you become anger, when greed is there you become greed. Any thought moving becomes identified with you. You do not have any gap between you and the thought. But focused at the third eye, suddenly you become a witness. Through the third eye you become the witness. Through the third eye you can see thoughts running like clouds in the sky or people moving on the street. You are sitting at your window looking at the sky or at people in the street, you are not identified. You are aloof, a watcher on the hill, different. Now if anger is there you can look at it as an object. Now you do not feel that you are angry. You feel that you are surrounded by anger, a cloud of anger has come around you, but you are not the anger. And if you are not the anger, anger becomes impotent, it cannot affect you, you remain untouched. The anger will come and go and you will remain centered in yourself. This fifth technique is a technique of finding the witness. Attention between the eyebrows, let the mind be before thought. Now look at your thoughts, now encounter your thoughts. Let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head and there shower as light. When attention is focused at the third eye center, between the two eyebrows, two things happen. One is, suddenly you become a witness. This can happen in two ways. You become a witness and you will be centered at the third eye. Try to be a witness. Whatsoever is happening, try to be a witness. You are ill, the body is aching and painful, you have misery and suffering, whatsoever, be a witness to it. Whatsoever is happening, do not identify yourself with it. Be a witness, an observer. Then if witnessing becomes possible, you will be focused in the third eye. The vice versa is the case also. If you are focused in the third eye, you will become a witness. These two things are part of one. So the first thing, by being centered in the third eye there will be the arising of the witnessing self. Now you can encounter your thoughts. This will be the first thing. And the second thing will be that now you can feel the subtle, delicate vibration of breathing. Now you can feel the form of breathing, the very essence of breathing. First try to understand what is meant by the form, by the essence of breathing. While you are breathing, you are not only breathing air. Science says you are breathing only air, just oxygen, hydrogen, and other gases in their combined form of air. They say you are breathing air. But Tantra says that air is just the vehicle, not the real thing. You are breathing prana, vitality. Air is just the medium, prana is the content. You are breathing prana, not only air. Modern science is still not able to find out whether there is something like prana, but some researchers have felt something mysterious. Breathing is not simply air. It has been felt by many modern researchers also. In particular, one name is to be mentioned, Wilhelm Reich, a German psychologist who called it argon energy. It is the same thing as prana. He says that while you are breathing, air is just the container and there is a mysterious content which can be called argon or prana or ela vital. But that is very subtle. Really, it is not material. Air is the material thing, the container is material, but something subtle, non-material, is moving through it. The effects of it can be felt. When you are with a very vital person, you will feel a certain vitality arising in you. If you are with a very sick person you will feel sucked, as if something has been taken out of you. When you go to the hospital, why do you feel so tired? You are being sucked from everywhere. The whole hospital atmosphere is ill, and everyone there needs more ela vital, more prana. So if you are there, suddenly your prana begins to flow out of you. Why do you feel suffocated sometimes when you are in a crowd? Because your prana is being sucked. While you are alone under the sky in the morning, under the trees, suddenly you feel a vitality in you, the prana. Each person needs a particular space. If that space is not given, your prana is sucked. Wilhelm Reich did many experiments, but he was thought to be a madman. Science has its own superstitions, and science is a very orthodox thing. Science cannot feel yet that there is anything more than air, but India has been experimenting with it for centuries. You may have heard or you may have even seen someone going into samadhi, cosmic consciousness, underground samadhi, for days together, with no air penetrating. One man went into such underground samadhi in Egypt in 1880 for 40 years. Those who had buried him all died, because he was to come out of his samadhi in 1920, 40 years afterwards. In 1920 no one believed that they would find him alive, but he was found alive. He lived afterwards for 10 years more. He had become completely pale, but he was alive. And there had been no possibility of air reaching to him. He was asked by medical doctors and others, what is the secret of it? He said, we do not know. We only know this, that prana can enter and flow anywhere. Air cannot penetrate, but prana can penetrate. Once you know that you can suck prana directly, without the container, then you can go into samadhi for centuries even. By being focused in the third eye, suddenly you can observe the very essence of breath, not breath, but the very essence of breath, prana. And if you can observe the essence of breath, prana, you are at the point from where the jump, the breakthrough happens. The sutra says, let form fill with breath essence to the top of the head. And when you come to feel the essence of breathing, prana, just imagine that your head is filled with it, just imagine. No need of any effort. I will explain to you how imagination works. When you are focused at the third eye center, imagine, and the thing happens, then and there. Now your imagination is just impotent, you go on imagining and nothing happens. But sometimes, unknowingly, in ordinary life also things happen. You are imagining about your friend and suddenly there is a knock on the door. You say it is a coincidence that the friend has come. Sometimes your imagination works just like coincidence. But whenever this happens, now try and remember and analyze the whole thing. Whenever it happens that you feel your imagination has become actual, go inside and observe. Somewhere your attention must have been near the third eye. Whenever this coincidence happens, it is not a coincidence. It looks that way because you do not know the secret science. Your mind must have moved unknowingly near the third eye center. If your attention is in the third eye, just imagination is enough to create any phenomenon. This sutra says that when you are focused between the eyebrows and you can feel the very essence of breathing, let form fill. Now imagine that this essence is filling your whole head, particularly the top of the head, the sahasrara, the highest psychic center. And the moment you imagine, it will be filled. There, at the top of the head, shower as light. This prana essence is showering from the top of your head as light. And it will begin to shower, and under the shower of light you will be refreshed, reborn, completely new. That is what inner rebirth means. So two things: first, focused at the third eye your imagination becomes potent, powerful. That is why so much insistence has been given on purity. Before doing these practices, be pure. Purity is not a moral concept for Tantra, purity is significant, because if you are focused at the third eye and your mind is impure, your imagination can become dangerous, dangerous to you, dangerous to others. If you are thinking to murder someone, if this idea is in the mind, just imagining may kill the man. That is why there is so much insistence on being pure first. Pythagoras was told to go through fasting, through particular breathing, this breathing, because here one is traveling in a very dangerous land. Because wherever there is power there is danger, and if the mind is impure, whenever you get power your impure thoughts will take hold of it immediately. You have imagined many times to kill but the imagination cannot work, fortunately. If it works, if it is actualized immediately, then it will become dangerous, not only to others, but to yourself also, because so many times you have thought to commit suicide. If the mind is focused at the third eye, just thinking of suicide will become suicide. You will not have any time to change, immediately it will happen. You might have observed someone being hypnotized. When someone is hypnotized, the hypnotist can say anything and immediately the hypnotized person follows. Howsoever absurd the order, howsoever irrational or even impossible, the hypnotized person follows it. What is happening? This fifth technique is at the base of all hypnotism. Whenever someone is being hypnotized he is told to focus his eyes at a particular point, on some light, some dot on the wall or anything, or on the eyes of the hypnotist. When you focus your eyes at any particular point, within 3 minutes your inner attention begins to flow toward the third eye. And the moment your inner attention begins to flow toward the third eye, your face begins to change. And the hypnotist knows when your face begins to change. Suddenly your face loses all vitality. It becomes dead, as if deeply asleep. The hypnotist knows immediately when your face has lost the luster, the aliveness. It means that now attention is being sucked by the third eye center. Your face has become dead, the whole energy is running toward the third eye center. Now the hypnotist immediately knows that anything said will happen. He says, now you are falling into a deep sleep, you will fall immediately. He says, now you are becoming unconscious, you will become unconscious immediately. Now anything can be done. If he says, now you have become Napoleon, you will become. You will begin to behave like a Napoleon, you will begin to talk like Napoleon. Your gestures will change. Your unconscious will take the order and will create the actuality. If you are suffering from a disease, now it can be ordered that the disease has disappeared and it will disappear. Or any new disease can be created. Just putting an ordinary stone from the street in your hand, the hypnotist can say, this is fire in your hand, and you will feel intense heat, your hand will get burned, not only in the mind, but actually. Actually your skin will get burned. You will have a burning sensation. What is happening? There is no fire, there is just an ordinary stone, cold. How? How does this burning happen? You are focused at the third eye center, your imagination is being given suggestions by the hypnotist, and they are being actualized. If the hypnotist says, now you are dead, you will die immediately. Your heart will stop. It will stop. This happens because of the third eye. In the third eye, imagination and actualization are not two things. Imagination is the fact. Imagine, and it is so. There is no gap between dream and reality. There is no gap between dream and reality. Dream, and it will become real. That is why Shankara has said that this whole world is nothing but the dream of the divine, the dream of the divine. This is because the divine is centered in the third eye, always, eternally, so whatsoever the divine dreams becomes real. If you are also centered in the third eye, whatsoever you dream will become real. Sariputta came to Buddha. He meditated deeply, then many things, many visions started coming, as it happens with anyone who goes into deep meditation. He began to see heavens, he began to see hells, he began to see angels, gods, demons. And they were actual, so real that he came running to Buddha to tell him that such and such a vision had come to him. But Buddha said, it is nothing, just dreams. Just dreams. But Sariputta said, they are so real. How can I say that they are dreams? When I see a flower in my vision, it is more real than any flower in the world. The fragrance is there, I can touch it. When I see you, he said to Buddha, I do not see you as real. That flower is more real than your being here just before me, so how can I differentiate between what is real and what is dream? Buddha said, now that you are centered in the third eye, dream and reality are one. Whatsoever you are dreaming will be real, and vice versa also. For one who is centered in the third eye, dreams will become real and the whole reality will become just a dream, because when your dream can become real, you know there is no basic difference between dream and reality. So when Shankara says that this whole world is just Maya, a dream of the divine, it is not a theoretical proposition, it is not a philosophical statement. It is, rather, the inner experience of one who is focused in the third eye. When you are focused in the third eye, just imagine that the essence of prana is showering from the top of the head, just as if you are sitting under a tree and flowers are showering, or you are just under the sky and suddenly a cloud begins to shower, or you are just sitting in the morning and the sun rises and rays begin to shower. Imagine, and immediately there is a shower of light falling down from the top of your head. This shower recreates you, gives you a new birth. You are reborn. The sixth technique, when in worldly activity, keep attentive between the two breaths, and so practicing, in a few days, be born anew. When in worldly activity, keep attentive between the two breaths. Forget breaths, keep attentive in between. One breath has come, before it returns, before it is exhaled out, there is the gap, the interval. One breath has gone out, before it is taken in again, the gap. In worldly activity keep attentive between the two breaths, and so practicing, in a few days, be born anew. But this has to be done continuously. This sixth technique has to be done continuously. That is why this is mentioned, when in worldly activity. Whatsoever you are doing, keep your attention in the gap between the two breaths. But it must be practiced while in activity. We have discussed one technique that is just similar. Now there is only this difference, that this has to be practiced while in worldly activity. Do not practice it in isolation. This practice is to be done while you are doing something else. You are eating, go on eating and be attentive of the gap. You are walking, go on walking and be attentive of the gap. You are going to sleep, lie down, let sleep come, but you go on being attentive of the gap. Why in activity? Because activity distracts the mind, activity calls for your attention again and again. Do not be distracted, be fixed at the gap. And do not stop activity, let the activity continue. You will have two layers of existence, doing and being. We have two layers of existence, the world of doing and the world of being, the circumference and the center. Go on working on the periphery, on the circumference, do not stop it. But go on working attentively on the center also. What will happen? Your activity will become an acting, as if you are playing a part. You are playing a part, for example, in a drama. You have become Ram or you have become Christ. You go on acting as Christ or as Ram, and still you remain yourself. In the center, you know who you are, on the periphery you go on acting as Ram, Christ, or anyone. You know you are not Ram, you are acting. You know who you are. Your attention is centered in you, your activity continues on the circumference. If this method is practiced, your whole life will become a long drama. You will be an actor playing roles, but constantly centered in the gap. If you forget the gap, then you are not playing roles, you have become the role. Then it is not a drama, you have mistaken it as life. That is what we have done. Everyone thinks he is living life. It is not life, it is just a role, a part which has been given to you by the society, by the circumstances, by the culture, by the tradition, the country, the situation. You have been given a role and you are playing it, you have become identified with it. To break that identification there is this technique. Krishna has many names. Krishna is one of the greatest actors. He is constantly centered in himself and playing many roles, many games, but absolutely non-serious. Seriousness comes from identification. If you really become Ram in the drama, then there are bound to be problems. Those problems will come out of your seriousness. When Sita is stolen, you may get a heart attack, and the whole play will have to be stopped. If you really become Ram, a heart attack is certain, even heart failure. But you are just an actor. Sita is stolen, but nothing is stolen. You will go back to your home and you will sleep peacefully. Not even in a dream will you feel that Sita is stolen. When really Sita was stolen, Ram himself was weeping, crying, and asking the trees, "Where has my Sita gone? Who has taken her?" But this is the point to understand. If Ram is really weeping and asking the trees, he has become identified. He is no more Ram, he is no more a divine person. This is the point to remember, that for Ram his real life also was just a part. You have seen other actors playing Ram, but Ram himself was just playing a part, on a greater stage, of course. India has a very beautiful story about it. I think that the story is unique, nowhere else in any part of the world does such a thing exist. It is said that Valmiki wrote the Ramayana before Ram was born, and then Ram had to follow. So really, the first act of Ram was also just a drama. The story was written before Ram was born and then Ram had to follow, so what can he do? When a man like Valmiki writes the story, Ram has to follow. So everything was fixed in a way. Sita was to be stolen and the war had to be fought. If you can understand this, then you can understand the theory of destiny, bhagya, fate. It has a very deep meaning. And the meaning is, If you take it that everything is fixed for you, your life becomes a drama. If you are playing the role of Ram in the drama, you cannot change it, everything is fixed, even your dialogue. If you say something to Sita, it is just repeating something that is fixed. You cannot change it if life is taken as fixed. For example, you are going to die on a particular day, it is fixed. When you will be dying, you will be weeping, but it is fixed. And such persons will be around you, it is fixed. If everything is fixed, everything becomes a drama. If everything is fixed, it means you are just to enact it. You are not asked to live it, you are just asked to enact it. This technique, the sixth technique, is just to make yourself a psychodrama, just a play. You are focused in the gap between two breaths and life moves on the periphery. If your attention is at the center, then your attention is not really on the periphery, that is just sub-attention, it just happens somewhere near your attention. You can feel it, you can know it, but it is not significant. It is as if it is not happening to you. I will repeat this, if you practice the sixth technique, your whole life will be as if it is not happening to you, as if it is happening to someone else. The seventh technique, with intangible breath in center of forehead, as this reaches heart at the moment of sleep, have direction over dreams and over death itself. More and more you are entering deeper layers. With intangible breath in center of forehead. If you have known the third eye, then you know the intangible breath, the invisible prana in the center of the forehead, and then you know the showering, the energy, the light showers. As this reaches heart. When the shower will reach your heart. At the moment of sleep, have direction over dreams and over death itself. Take this technique in 3 parts. 1. You must be able to feel the prana in breath, the intangible part of it, the invisible part of it, the immaterial part of it. It comes if you are attentive between the 2 eyebrows, then it comes easily. If you are attentive in the gap, then too it comes, but a little less easily. If you are aware of the center at your navel where breath comes and touches and goes out, it also comes, but with less ease. The easiest way to know the invisible part of breath is to be centered at the third eye. But wherever you are centered, it comes, you begin to feel the prana flowing in. If you can feel the prana flowing in you, you can know when you are going to die. 6 months before the day of your death you begin to know, if you can feel the invisible part of breath. Why do so many saints declare the day of their death? It is easy, because if you can see the content of the breath, the prana flowing into you, the moment the process reverses you can feel it. Before you die, 6 months before you die, the process reverses, prana begins to flow out of you. Then the breath is not taking it in. Rather, on the contrary, the breath is taking it out, the same breath. You cannot feel it because you do not know the invisible part, you know only the visible, you know only the vehicle. The vehicle will be the same. Now the breath is carrying prana in, leaving it there, then the vehicle goes back empty. Then again it is filled with the prana and it comes in. So the ingoing breath and the outgoing breath are not the same, remember. The ingoing breath and the outgoing breath are the same as vehicles, but the incoming breath is filled with prana and the outgoing breath is empty. You have taken in the prana and the breath has become empty. The reverse happens when you are nearing death. The incoming breath comes pranaless, empty, because your body cannot suck prana from the cosmos. You are going to die, there is no need for it. The whole process has reversed. And when the breath goes out, it takes your prana out. One who has been able to see the invisible can know his day of death immediately. 6 months before, the process reverses. This sutra is very, very significant, with intangible breath in center of forehead, as this reaches heart at the moment of sleep, have direction over dreams and over death itself. While you are falling into sleep this technique has to be practiced, then only, not at any other time. While you are falling asleep, only then, that is the right moment to practice this technique. You are falling asleep. By and by, sleep is overtaking you. Within moments, your consciousness will dissolve, you will not be aware. Before that moment comes, become aware, aware of the breath and the invisible part prana, and feel it coming to the heart. Go on feeling that it is coming to the heart. The prana enters from your heart into the body. Go on feeling that the prana is coming into the heart, and let sleep come while you are continuously feeling it. You go on feeling, and let sleep come and drown you. If this happens, that you are feeling invisible breath coming into the heart and sleep overtakes you, you will be aware in dreams. You will know that you are dreaming. Ordinarily we do not know that we are dreaming. While you dream you think that this is reality. That too happens because of the third eye. Have you seen anyone asleep? His eyes move upwards and become focused in the third eye. If you have not seen, then see. Your child is sleeping, just open his eyes and see where his eyes are. His pupils have gone up and they are focused in the third eye. I say look at children, do not look at grown-ups, they are not believable because their sleep is not deep. They will just be thinking that they are asleep. Look at children, their eyes move up. They become focused in the third eye. Because of this focusing in the third eye you take your dreams as real, you cannot feel they are dreams, they are real. You will know when you get up in the morning. Then you will know that I was dreaming. But this is the later, retrospective realization. You cannot realize in the dream that you are dreaming. If you realize it, then there are two layers, dream is there but you are awake, you are aware. For one who becomes aware in dreams, this sutra is wonderful. It says, have direction over dreams and over death itself. If you can become aware of dreams, you can do two things. You can create dreams, 1. Ordinarily you cannot create dreams. How impotent man is. You cannot even create dreams. If you want to dream a particular thing you cannot dream it, it is not in your hands. How powerless man is. Even dreams cannot be created. You are just a victim of dreams, not the creator. A dream happens to you, you cannot do anything. Neither can you stop it nor can you create it. But if you move into sleep remembering the heart being filled with prana, continuously being touched by prana with every breath, you will become a master of your dreams, and this is a rare mastery. Then you can dream whatsoever dreams you like. Just note while you are falling asleep that I want to dream this dream, and that dream will come to you. Just say, while falling asleep, I do not want to dream that dream, and that dream cannot enter your mind. But what is the use of becoming the master of your dreaming? Isn't it useless? No, it is not useless. Once you become master of your dreams you will never dream, it is absurd. When you are master of your dreams, dreaming stops, there is no need for it. And when dreaming stops, your sleep has a different quality altogether, and the quality is the same as of death. Death is deep sleep. If your sleep can become as deep as death, that means there will be no dreaming. Dreaming creates superficiality in sleep. You move on the surface because of the dreams, because of hanging on to the dreams, you move on the surface. When there is no dreaming you just drop into the sea, its depth is reached. Death is the same. That is why people in India have always been saying that sleep is a short duration of death, and death is a long sleep, qualitatively they are the same. Sleep is a day-to-day death. Death is a life-to-life phenomenon, a life-to-life sleep. Every day you are tired. You fall into sleep and you regain your vitality, your aliveness in the morning, you are reborn. After a life of 70 or 80 years you are tired completely. Now such short durations of death won't do, you need a great death. After that great death or great sleep, you are reborn with a totally new body. Once you can know dreamless sleep and can be aware in it, then there will be no fear of death. No one has ever died, no one can die, that is the only impossibility. Just a day before I was telling you that death is the only certainty, and now I say to you that death is impossible. No one has ever died and no one can die, that is the only impossibility, because the universe is life. You are again and again reborn, but the sleep is so deep that you forget your old identity. Your mind is washed clean of the memories. Think of it in this way. Today you are going to sleep, it is just as if there were some mechanism, and soon we will have this, like that which can erase on a tape recorder, which can wipe a tape clean so that whatsoever was recorded is no more there. The same is possible with memory, because memory is really just a deep recording. Sooner or later we will have a mechanism which can be put on the head and it will clean your mind completely. In the morning you will no longer be the same person because you won't be able to remember who it was who went to sleep. Then your sleep will look like death. There will be a discontinuity, you won't be able to remember who went to sleep. This is happening naturally. When you die and you are reborn, you cannot remember who died. You start again. With this technique, first you will become the master of your dreams, that is, dreaming will cease. Or if you want to dream you will be able to dream, but dreaming will become voluntary. It will not be non-voluntary, it will not be forced upon you, you will not be a victim. Then the quality of your sleep will become just like that of death. Then you will know that death is sleep. That is why the sutra says, have direction over dreams and over death itself. You will know that death is just a long sleep, and helpful and beautiful because it gives you new life, it gives you everything anew. Death ceases to be, with cessation of dreaming, death ceases to be. There is another meaning to gaining power over death, direction over death. If you can come to feel that death is just asleep, you will be able to direct it. If you can direct your dreams, you can direct your death also. You can choose where you are to be born again, to whom, when, in what form, you will become master of your birth also. Buddha died. I am not referring to his last life, but to his last but one life, before he became Buddha. Before dying he said, I will be born to such and such parents, such will be my mother, such will be my father. But my mother will die immediately, when I am born my mother will die immediately. Before I am born my mother will have certain dreams. Not only do you gain power from your dreams, you gain power from others' dreams also. So Buddha, as an example, said, certain dreams will be there. When I will be in the womb, my mother will have certain dreams. So whenever any woman has these dreams in the sequence, know well I am going to be born to her. And it happened. Buddha's mother dreamed the same sequence. The sequence was known all over India, because it was no ordinary statement. It was known to everyone, particularly those who were interested in religion and the deeper things of life and the esoteric ways of life. It was known, so the dreams were interpreted. Freud was not the first interpreter, and, of course, not the deepest. Only in the West was he the first. So Buddha's father immediately called dream interpreters the Freuds and Jungs of those days, and he asked, what does the sequence mean? I am afraid. These dreams are rare, and they go on repeating in the same sequence. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 dreams continuously being repeated. There are the same dreams, as if one is seeing the same film again and again. What is happening? So they told him, you are going to be the father of a great soul, one who is going to be a Buddha. But then your wife is going to be in danger, because whenever this Buddha is born it is difficult for the mother to survive. The father asked, why? The interpreters said, we cannot say why, but this soul who is going to be born has made a statement that when he will be born again, the mother will die immediately. Later on Buddha was asked, why did your mother die immediately? He said, giving birth to a Buddha is such a big event that everything else becomes futile afterwards. So the mother cannot exist. She will have to be born again to start anew. It is such a climax giving birth to a Buddha, it is such a peak, that the mother cannot exist beyond it. So the mother died. And Buddha had said in his previous life that he would be born while his mother was standing under a palm tree, and it happened. The mother was standing under a palm tree, standing while Buddha was born. And he had said, I will be born while my mother is standing under a palm tree, and I will take 7 steps. Immediately, I will walk. These are the signs I give to you, he said, so that you will know that a Buddha is born. And he carried out everything. And this is not only so about Buddha. It is so about Jesus, it is so about Mahavir, it is so about many others. Every Jain Tirthankara has predicted in his previous life how he is going to be born. And they have given particular dream sequences, that such and such will be the symbols, and they have told how it will happen. You can direct. Once you can direct your dreams, you can direct everything, because dream is the very stuff of this world. This life is made out of the stuff of dreams. Once you can direct your dreams, you can direct everything. This sutra says, over death itself. Then one can give a certain birth, a certain life to oneself. We are just victims. We do not know why we are born, why we die. Who directs us, and why? There seems to be no reason. It all seems just a chaos, just accidental. It is because we are not masters. Once we are masters, it is not like this. The 8th technique, with utmost devotion, center on the 2 junctions of breath and know the knower. There is a slight difference in the techniques, slight modifications. But though the differences are slight in the techniques, for you they may be great. A single word makes a great difference. With utmost devotion, center on the 2 junctions of breath. The incoming breath has one junction where it turns, the outgoing breath has another junction where it turns. With these 2 turnings, and we have discussed these turnings, a slight difference is made, that is, slight in the technique, but for the seeker it may be great. Only one condition is added, with utmost devotion, and the whole technique becomes different. In the first form of it there was no question of devotion, just a scientific technique. You do it, and it works. But there are persons who cannot do such dry, scientific techniques. Those who are heart-oriented, those who belong to the world of devotion, for them a slight difference has been made, with utmost devotion, center on the 2 junctions of breath and know the knower. If you are not of the scientific bent, of the scientific attitude, if you are not a scientific mind, then try this, with utmost devotion, with faith, love, trust, center on the 2 junctions of breath and know the knower. How to do this? How? You can have devotion about someone, about Krishna, about Christ you can have devotion. But how can you have devotion about yourself, about this junction of breathing? The phenomenon seems absolutely non-devotional. But that depends. Tantra says that the body is the temple. Your body is the temple of the divine, the abode of the divine, so do not treat your body as an object. It is sacred, it is holy. And while you are taking a breath in, it is not only you who is taking the breath, it is the divine within you. You are eating, you are moving or walking, look at it in this way, it is not you, but the divine moving in you. Then the whole thing becomes absolutely devotional. It is said about many saints that they love their bodies. They treat their bodies as if their bodies belong to their beloveds. You can treat your body in this way, or you can treat it just like a mechanism, that again is an attitude. You can treat it with guilt, sin, you can treat it as something dirty, you can treat it as something miraculous, as a miracle, you can treat it as the abode of the divine. It depends on you. If you can treat your body as a temple, then this technique will be helpful, with utmost devotion. Try it. While you are eating, try it. Do not think that you are eating. Think that it is the divine in you who is eating, and look at the change. You are eating the same thing, you are the same, but immediately everything becomes different. You are giving the food to the divine. You are taking a bath, a very ordinary, trivial thing, but change the attitude, feel that you are giving a bath to the divine in you. Then this technique will be easy, with utmost devotion, center on the 2 junctions of breath and know the knower. The 9th technique, lie down as dead. Enraged in wrath, stay so. Or stare without moving an eyelash. Or suck something and become the sucking. Lie down as dead. Try it, suddenly you have gone dead. Leave the body. Do not move it, because you are dead. Just imagine that you are dead. You cannot move the body, you cannot move the eyes, you cannot cry, you cannot scream, you cannot do anything, you are just dead. And then feel how it feels. But do not deceive. You can deceive, you can slightly move the body. Do not move. If some mosquito is there, then treat the body as if it is dead. It is one of the most used techniques. Raman Maharshi attained his enlightenment through this technique, but it was not a technique used by him in his life. In his life it suddenly happened, spontaneously. But he must have persisted with this in some past life, because nothing happens spontaneously. Everything has a causal link, a causality. Suddenly one night Raman felt, he was just young, 14 or 15 at the time, that he was going to die. And it was so certain in his mind that death had taken over. He couldn't move his body, he felt as if he was paralyzed. Then he felt a sudden choking, and he knew that now the heart was going to stop. He could not even cry and say to another, I am going to die. Sometimes it happens in some nightmare, you cannot cry, you cannot move. Even when you become awake for a few moments you cannot do anything. That happened. He had absolute power over his consciousness, but no power over his body. He knew he was there, that he was present, conscious, alert, but he felt he was going to die. And the knowledge became so certain that there was no other possibility, so he just gave up. He closed his eyes and remained there, just waiting to die. He waited there just to die. By and by the body became stiff. The body died, but then it became a problem. He knew that the body had died, but he was there and he knew it. He knew that he was alive and that the body had died. Then he came back. In the morning the body became okay, but the same man never returned, because he had known death. He had known a different realm, a different dimension of consciousness. He escaped from the house. That death experience changed him completely. He became one of the very few enlightened persons of this age. This is the technique. This happened spontaneously to Raman, but it is not going to happen spontaneously to you. But try it. In some life it may become spontaneous. It may happen while you are trying it. And if it is not going to happen, the effort is never wasted. It is in you, it remains in you as a seed. Sometime, when the time is ripe and the rains will fall, it will sprout. Every spontaneity is just like this. The seed was sown some time ago, but the time was not ripe, there were no rains. In another life the time becomes ripe. You are more mature, more experienced, more frustrated with the world, then suddenly, in a certain situation, there are rains and the seed explodes. Lie down as dead. Enraged in wrath, stay so. Of course, while you are dying it will not be a happy moment. It is not going to be so blissful while you are feeling that you are dead. Fear will take you, anger may come in the mind, or frustration, sadness, sorrow, anguish, anything. It will differ from individual to individual. The sutra says, enraged in wrath, stay so. If you feel enraged, stay so. If you feel sad, stay so. If you feel anxiety, fear, stay so. You are dead and you cannot do anything, so stay so. Whatsoever is in the mind, the body is dead and you cannot do anything, so stay. That staying is beautiful. If you can stay for a few minutes, suddenly you will feel that everything has changed. But we start moving. If there is some emotion in the mind, the body begins to move. That is why we call it emotion, it creates motion in the body. If you are angry, suddenly your body begins to move. If you are sad, your body begins to move. That is why it is called emotion, because it creates motion in the body. Feel dead and do not allow emotions to move your body. Let them be there, but you stay so, fixed, dead. Whatsoever is there, no movement. Stay. No movement. Or stare without moving an eyelash. This or stare without moving an eyelash was the method of Meher Baba. For years together he was staring just at the ceiling of his room. For years together he was just lying dead on the floor, staring at the ceiling without moving an eyelash, without moving his eyes. He would lie down for hours together, just staring, not doing anything. Staring with the eyes is good, because you become fixed again in the third eye. And once you are fixed in the third eye, even if you want to move the eyelids you cannot, they become fixed. Meher Baba attained through this staring, and you say, how with these small exercises? But for 3 years he was staring at the ceiling not doing anything. 3 years is a long time. Do it for 3 minutes and you will feel as if you have been lying there for 3 years. 3 minutes will become very, very long. It will look as if time is not passing and as if the clock has stopped. Meher Baba stared and stared and stared. By and by thoughts ceased, movement ceased, and he became just a consciousness, he became just a staring. Then he remained silent for his whole life. He became so silent inside by this staring that it became impossible for him to formulate words again. Meher Baba was in America. There was one man who could read others' thoughts, who could do mind readings, and he was really one of the rarest mind readers. He would close his eyes, sit before you, and within a few minutes he would become attuned with you and he would begin to write what you are thinking. Thousands and thousands of times he was examined, and he was always right, always correct. So someone brought him to Meher Baba. He sat there, and this was the only failure of his life, the only failure. But then again we cannot say it was a failure. He tried, and he began to perspire, but he couldn't catch a single word. Pen in his hand, he remained there and said, "What type of man is this? I cannot read because there is nothing to read. This man is absolutely vacant. I even forget that someone is sitting there. After closing my eyes, I have to open them again and look to see whether that man is there or whether he has escaped. So it is difficult to concentrate, because the moment I close my eyes I feel I am being deceived, as if that man has escaped and there is no one before me. I have to open my eyes again, and I find that this man is there. And he is not thinking at all." That staring, that constant staring had stopped his mind completely. Or stare without moving an eyelash. Or suck something and become the sucking. These are slight modifications. Anything will do, you are dead, it is enough. Enraged in wrath, stay so. Even this part can become one technique. You are in anger, lie down, remain in the anger. Do not move from it, do not do anything, just remain still. Krishnamurti goes on talking about this. His whole technique depends on this single thing, enraged in wrath, stay so. If you are angry then be angry, and remain angry. Do not move. If you can stay so, anger will go and you will come out a different man. If you are in anxiety, do not do anything. Remain there, stay there. The anxiety will go, you will come out a different man. And once you have looked at anxiety without being moved by it, you will be the master. Or stare without moving an eyelash. Or suck something and become the sucking. This last one is physical and easy to do, because sucking is the first thing a child has to do. Sucking is the first act of life. When the child is born, he begins to cry. You may not have tried to penetrate into why there is this crying. He is not really crying, it appears to us that he is crying, he is just sucking air. And if the child cannot cry, within a few minutes he will be dead, because crying is the first effort to suck air. The child was not breathing while he was in the womb. He was alive without breathing. He was doing the same which yogis are doing underground. He was just getting prana without breathing, pure prana from the mother. That is why the love between the child and the mother is an altogether different thing from other loves, because the purest prana, energy, joins both. Now this can never happen again. There was a subtle pranic relationship. The mother was giving her prana to the child, and the child was not breathing at all. When he is born, he is thrown out of the mother into an unknown world. Now the prana, the energy, will not reach him so easily. He has to breathe himself. The first cry is an effort to suck, and then he will suck the milk from the mother's breast. These are the first basic acts which you have done. Whatsoever you have done comes later, these are the first life acts. They can be practiced also. This sutra says, or suck something and become the sucking. Suck something, just suck the air, but forget the air and become the sucking. What does this mean? You are sucking something, you are the sucker, not the sucking. You are standing behind and sucking. This sutra says, do not stand behind, move in the act and become the sucking. Try anything that will work. You are running, become the running, do not be the runner. Become the running and forget the runner. Feel that there is no runner inside, just the process of running. You are the process, a river-like process running. Nobody is there inside. It is quiet inside and there is only a process. Sucking is good, but you will feel that it is very difficult because we have forgotten it completely, but not really completely, however, because we go on substituting for it. The mother's breast is substituted by a cigarette, you go on sucking it. It is nothing but the nipple, the mother's breast and the nipple. And when the warm smoke flows in, it is just like warm milk. So those who were not really allowed to suck the mother's breast as much as they wanted will smoke later on. This is a substitute, but the substitute will do. While you are smoking a cigarette, become the sucking. Forget the cigarette, forget the smoker, become the smoking. There is the object you are sucking, there is the subject who is sucking, and the process in between of sucking. Become the sucking, become the process. Try it. You will have to try it with many things, then you will find out what is right for you. You are drinking water, the cold water is going in, become the drinking. Do not drink the water. Forget the water, forget yourself and your thirst, just become the drinking, the very process. Become the coolness, the touch, the entry, and the sucking that has to be given to the process. Why not? What will happen? If you become the sucking, what will happen? If you can become the sucking, immediately you will become innocent, like a first day, newly born child, because that is the first process. You will be regressed in a way. But the hankering is there. The very being of man hankers after sucking. He tries many things, but nothing helps because the point is missed. Unless you become the sucking, nothing will help. So try it. I gave this method to one man. He had tried many things, he had tried many methods. Then he came to me, so I asked him, if I give you only one thing to choose in the whole world, what are you going to choose? And I told him immediately to close his eyes and tell me, and not think about it. He became afraid, hesitant, so I told him, do not be afraid, do not be hesitant. Be frank and tell me. He said, this is absurd, but a breast appears before me. And then he began to feel guilty, so I said, do not feel guilty. Nothing is wrong in a breast, it is one of the most beautiful things, so why be guilty? But he said, this has always been an obsession with me. And he said to me, please tell me first, then you can proceed with your method and the technique. First tell me why I am so much interested in the breasts of women. Whenever I look at a woman, the first thing I see is the breast. The whole body is secondary. And it is not so only with him, it is so with everyone, with almost everyone. And it is natural, because the breast of the mother was the first acquaintance with the universe. It is basic. The first contact with the universe was the mother's breast. That is why breasts are so appealing. They look beautiful, they attract, they have a magnetic force. That magnetic force comes from your unconscious. That was the first thing with which you came in contact, and the contact was lovely, it felt beautiful. It gives you food, instant vitality, love, everything. The contact was soft, receptive, inviting. It has remained so in the mind of man. So I told that man, now I will give you the method. And this was the method I gave him, to suck something and become the sucking. I told him, just close your eyes. Imagine your mother's breasts or anybody's breasts that you like. Imagine, and start sucking as if there is a real breast. Start sucking. He started sucking. Within 3 days he was sucking so fast, so madly, he became so much enchanted by it. He told me, it has become a problem, I want to suck the whole day. And it is so beautiful, and such deep silence is created by it. Within 3 months the sucking became a very, very silent gesture. The lips stopped, you couldn't even have judged that he was doing something. But inner sucking had started. He was sucking the whole day. It became a mantra, a japa, a mantra repetition. After 3 months he came to me and said, something strange is happening to me. Something sweet is falling from my head onto my tongue continuously. And it is so sweet and so energy-filling that I do not need any food, there is no hunger left. Eating has become just a formality. I take something in order not to create any problems in the family. But something is continuously coming to me. It is so sweet, life-giving. I told him to continue. 3 months more, and one day he came just mad, dancing to me, and he said, sucking has disappeared, but I am a different man. I am no more the same man who had come to you. Some door has opened within me. Something has broken and there is no desire left. Now I do not want anything, not even God, not even moksha, liberation. I do not want anything. Now everything is okay as it is. I accept it and I am blissful. Try this. Just suck something and become the sucking. It may be helpful to many because it is so basic. This much for today.